Good morning. It's time to start. Dear participants of Central Baltic Lead Applicant Seminar, second on a series. As you see on the slide, we already had one week ago in Stockholm, and this is one activity or event we are doing for preparing for third call of Central Baltic program. Welcome also people who are following us via their smart devices behind their desks or somewhere else. Our seminar is streamed, and also if you need to revisit something afterwards to check what was told, answered, asked, then this seminar is going to be available as a recorded one via our website. Let me just briefly say about a few words what for the lead applicant seminar is meant. So the main goal of the seminar is to help you to prepare your projects for the third call of Central Baltic program. But I would like to say also that this is not the only activity or only thing we are doing or we expect you to do for coming up with successful projects for a third call. Of course, we somehow assume that you have made you familiar with the program manual, and also if it is already getting to the filling the application, the guide for filling the application form. Those are the, so to say, Bibles or documents, reference points we are going to speak today, and we are going to present information according to those documents. In addition to that, of course, I have to say that doing this lead applicant seminar and speaking to the audience about the requirements of our program and how to put together successful projects. Now, before first call, we are certainly richer with experience from first and second call. So we hopefully are even better able to illustrate and bring examples or to emphasize some aspects and nuances of our program. In addition to lead applicant seminar and those very important instructive materials, we strongly recommend you to read. We have been doing also other activities like before lead applicant seminars we had in different locations, so Central Baltic program consultation days. In addition to consultation days, as also earlier, we are open to face-to-face consultations or giving the written feedback to your project ideas. In that activity, the first thing we advise you to do is to describe your project idea on a project idea template, which is available on our website. And based on that, we see it as a first very important step to make sure whether your project idea is a fit to the Central Baltic program, one or another priority, specific objective. About third call, probably most important information you may already know. But the third call for Central Baltic program will be opened at the beginning of next year, 2017, and the call will be closed at the end of February. All specific objectives under 4 priorities will be opened, meaning that you can apply, you can submit your project to any of the specific objectives. During today, we tried to give you also the information in regard in which specific objectives or priorities most likely the competition will be stronger and where, so to say, projects are waited to be welcomed to be in the bigger numbers, meaning that from the viewpoint of achieving program results, by now it is clear that some specific objectives need more projects than others. And it is very likely that this third call for Central Baltic program will be the final call. Yes, it's not certain yet before the assessment submission and assessment and decisions will be made finally by the end of next year, but very likely based on our experience from first two calls and also having had contact with many of you, many of project ideas for preparing for third call. It is very likely that for this financing period, third call for our program will be the last one. My name is Üllar Jalamets. I'm the project manager of Central Baltic program, responsible mainly for priority one or economic development projects, basically doing work of giving advice, consulting project ideas, then assessing and also supporting the implementation of the projects when chosen to implemenation. Let me also introduce our team members today here in present. Ivo Volt is my colleague responsible for transportation priority 3. Pille Laaksonen, my colleague project manager responsible for priority 4, vocational education, social inclusion. Monika Palode, project coordinator, and also our national contact point here in Estonia, Nino. Please show you. Supporting mainly the project partners, project ideas here in Tallinn and Estonia. Let me also, for start, now having introduced our team, ask a few questions about you who are here. May I ask you to raise hands who have participated earlier in lead applicant seminars of first or second call of Central Baltic program? Do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. May I ask from you who already have ongoing projects on the Central Baltic program? Do we have some? Yes, Celia. Yes. 1, 2. So we have 2. May I also ask how many of you are thinking and planning for a small project for a third call? Do we have some? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, okay. Significant number. May I also ask from you the country split? How many do we have the participants from Finland today here? Okay. Sorry for arranging our lead applicant seminar immediately after the Independence Day on Finland yesterday. How many do you have participants from Estonia? Okay, yes. And how many do you have from Latvia? Yes, so. And do you have someone from Sweden as well? No, no one from Åland. I guess no. Okay, we do have quite good mix, and I also encourage you to use this seminar and day to communicate, to speak to our participants, and you never know, maybe the basis for a new partnership coming up with a new project. During today, we encourage you to ask questions. If there is something not clear, raise your hand. But because of our streaming audience, we need to ask questions using microphone. So Nino will help us for that. Also slides of the today will be available later as the recorded seminar itself via our website in coming days. A few things about the practical arrangements agenda. We are going to go through the program intervention logic, or the most important aspects, what for we are actually expecting projects, and why we are financing them. So what are the objectives and the results needed for a program. We're going to touch the project build-up, how to create that connection or linkage on a project level, that the project will be the right fit to one or another specific objective of a program. So this will be the content part of my presentation before the lunch. We will break to the lunch 12 o'clock or earlier if we are succeeding to go through everything fast and there are not too many questions. Lunch break will be 1.5 hours. You are certainly able to find some places here in this conference center, Viru Center, or around. Lunch is not provided by seminar. We are back 1:30 here. Be precise because of the streaming again. We are following timetable precisely. After lunch, we are going to discuss the basis how to create the successful partnership and to develop a work plan, work packages. That will last up until 3 o'clock when we will break for half an hour coffee break. And 3:30, we are going to start with the topic about the budget, how to draft the budget, and also in addition to the budget, it's getting already to the submission, what attachments are required and what how the submission process itself looks like. We have reserved some time at the end also for questions, conclusions if needed. We may need some additional extra time to the planned one to the budget topic, so it may be used by that if there are not too many questions again. Anything I forgot to say about practical things? No? Everything clear? Can we start, get moving about the program? Intervention logic, project intervention logic. Okay. First, I would like to start with pointing out some relevant things, some relevant bullet points in regard what in general makes a project successful. And in the context of a Central Baltic program, there are certainly a few things we would like to emphasize, which are certainly going to be relevant in the preparation and later also in the process of how we see the project being strong or not strong. Elements of a good project, not a big probably surprise, but first of all, what is a starting point in our opinion is that project has to have some real demand end user, final beneficiaries, real challenge, problem, opportunity background. There should be the clearly identified target groups who should be interested. There should be certainly history, I would say, which is possible to indicate that it's not the, let's say, day one today. We are starting with this issue. So all those things are regarded as the content of a demand, well-demand proven project. I have made it bold, and I would say and argue that it's actually the most important thing of all, assuming that this demand-drivenness is obvious. From a program viewpoint, any project which wants to be successful, it has to have the relevance towards the program. Relevance towards a program from a side of a project is simply explained in a way that the selected projects and implemented projects are only tools, only means how program can achieve the results objectives program has intended and promised to stakeholders. So this is a relevance for the program. Relevance for a program on a project level means that there should be made a very clear connection, very clear linkage between the objectives and results and outputs provided by the projects to the objectives, specific objectives, to results, result indicators, target values, and outputs of a program. This is critical. Project can be great, can be interesting, but the first thing we are always looking and checking, making sure whether the project, is it an idea description or is it already fully prepared project? Does this project have clear linkage, connection to the program specific objectives? And a very critical part of actually this relevance for the program in the Central Baltic program of this period is actually, well, it's not unique because its result orientation has somehow been around for decades or years already, but especially for this programming period it was emphasized, and I'm glad to say that in the context of Central Baltic cross-border cooperation program, our stakeholders, when preparing the program, took it very seriously. So this result orientation is very strongly written into the program of Central Baltic. So result orientation, simply saying, meaning that each project should achieve some kind of change, which will cumulatively support the changes program intends to achieve. The next aspect, yes, it's related to demand, of course. It's related to the cross-border kind of logic. Whether this project is indeed relevant to undertake as the cross-border thing. Is there similar challenge? Is there similar opportunity? Is there similar resource? Is it maybe best rather to do on a regional level, on a national level? Or what is this justification or explanation that this specific project should be planned, implemented together in a cross-border realm? Very often we see projects which are actually prepared in a way that there is a need in one side and need in another side, and partners come together and say, okay, we will get joint financing, but after that we will do our things, and sometimes we will meet and share experiences. Just let me make it clear what this programming period of Central Baltic program, we take that very seriously, and we are very demanding on that. The project should be by its nature, by its justification, cross-border character. Yes, indeed, a lot of that is already translated into the relevance of the program. Most of our specific objectives are designed in a way that you should be cross-border relevant. But still, it is one of the most important things, characteristics of our cross-border program and also our cross-border cooperation programs. Partnership, relevant partnership. In our program manual, if you have read it on the different specific objectives, we repeat and we say very often that, okay, this is the indicative list of potential partners, but each partner should be relevant for implementing the project, for achieving the change, not in a way that partners are coming together and they do something in the field of business development or the nutrients reduction or transport or small ports development. We would like to see relevant partners in a way that they are really responsible about those things. They are the ones who have authority, who have the rights, who have the statutory obligation to make decisions, to implement things which will result in change. Not doing something for business development, but having business development organizations doing things together. Not doing something useful for transportation, but having responsible transport organizations or companies jointly achieving things which are relevant for the program. And then last but not least, the sustainability, sustainable, durable. Of course, it relates to the results where it is needed. Not in all cases it's the same way. Sometimes our interventions are also in a way that we are not expecting all results be fully sustainable, but where it is in the logic of a specific objectives, then the sustainability of results, of course, and then yes, sustainability of the ongoing activities, or if there have been created the new solutions or problems solved, or institutions who should carry on their work. So sustainability, durability of results level, impact, and also on ongoing activities and processes are relevant aspects. And certainly, to bring an example which is not, in our opinion, satisfactory, well, I think we have seen many cross-border cooperation projects from a history where sustainability aspect was addressed in a way that we are going to create a website and all materials which we are going to produce during the project implementation will be available on this website, and all who are interested can use it. So this is certainly not the, let's say, proof of sustainability or way of sustainability we would like to see it this time. Result orientation. Before going into the results we would like to achieve as a program, and then so reflecting towards the projects. Basically, as I already said, the results we would like to achieve as a program, there are 11 results, 11 specific objectives have been defined for the Central Baltic program. And basically it means change, measurable change, measurable, understandable change. So if there is the situation now, before project starts, or a program when program was designed, and then solve with the number of projects causing this change. So that should be the starting situation or the numeric value, if there is an indicator possible to define, and the target value or the new situation we would like to achieve. Relevant on a project level and relevant on the program level as well. So change is a key word. And the way how to describe this change is via result indicators, via output indicators. In regard of starting the preparation of project, as I already said, our first logical step we encourage you to do is actually to briefly describe what is your intention, what is your project idea, and this is very much actually thing you most likely can do with the reasonable time, and if you have done it, you have your project idea described. You can do a self-assessment in a way that you can take our program manual, try to find the specific objective, and to reflect to your project idea whether you feel that your project idea is a fit to the specific objective. Does it contribute to specific objective, result indicators, target value, potential? Or we encourage you, and we like to do it, if you have your project idea described according to template, please forward it to us, and we give you a written feedback. Is there a fit, or is there something missing, or rather you should try to identify some other financing source for your project. And we don't have the feeling or understanding that we should be able of financing all ideas. Yes, there are quite broad areas, as you know, in our program, 4 broad areas, 11 specific objectives, but those specific objectives have been described in quite specific way, and those specific objectives are actually reflecting the division of work, or how we have identified, our stakeholders have decided where we should contribute to different changes. For example, there is no intention, there is no need that we do everything about business development in the region. Hundreds of millions of euros are invested by member countries, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, into the broad area of business development. Or take the environment, sustainable resources. Even more resources are invested in those 4 countries, into those areas. That's why we are having those very specifically defined specific objectives. To do something which is our task during this period, and to be with limited resources as we have as a program, being able, as a combination of financed all projects and implemented projects, to achieve measurable changes in those specific intervention areas, specific objectives. So our logic, our feeling is also that if there is no fit, if there is no good way to adopt your project idea to our program, then we encourage you rather to look for alternative different sources of financing. Are they then regional, national, transnational, or some other cross-border cooperation programs? Okay, and now getting to the to those changes, program level, what Central Baltic program has wished, decided to contribute to the development of our Central Baltic region, or solving the problems of the region. So basically there are the 4 large topics, themes. First, it's about the business development, so to say business development. Some of you may know that initially the European Commission had the list or proposed the set of so to say thematic objectives, which are now named priorities, which was 11 of those. And achieving this, so to say, focusing, each program was limited to choose out of 11 no more than 4, or in some exceptional cases 5 broad areas. So, and our program ended up with having 4: business development, environment, use of sustainable resources, transportation, and then social inclusion and vocational education. 4 of those. Before choosing the business development, for example, the big alternative was to choose business development or innovation. Our stakeholders decided that our choice for this period is business development, but with taking something from innovation, saying that, okay, business development, what we are doing should be innovative. Having aspects of innovativeness in everything. There are, yeah, microphone. Microphone, please.
I'm Arne Toomsalu from Estonia, and maybe it's too early to interrupt, but the question is, I ask you to explain as large as possible, what does this mean? The project has to be innovative. What are the components you request? Thank you.
Yes, I will explain it. I will go into each of those 4 areas, and on the 4 areas of each specific objective as well. So I will touch all those things. What is important in addition to I would say this kind of being selective or being focused, it's the method or a way how we understand and how we want you to understand what one or another specific objective means. So the specific objective should be read in a way that there is a description of a specific objective or a name. There is a name of a result indicator, and there are the baseline value for result indicator and the target value. So it's one thing. It comes together. If we would like to make sure whether the project is fit to one or another specific objective, then we have to check whether the project will potentially contribute to chosen specific objectives, result indicators, target value on a program level. Okay. With this slide, before getting into the each of the priorities, as I said, business development is the first one. Second one is in our choice is environment, but of course the quite specific chosen aspects of this environment, use of sustainable resources. The third one, the transportation, and the fourth one, social inclusion and the vocational education. Okay, but now getting to the issues related, what indeed are those aspects under each priority-specific objectives, including the innovativeness of specific objectives of the business development. In our menu, so to say, or where we would like to intervene in business development, economic development, there are 3 quite narrowly defined specific objectives. In general, we would like to do something for a future. It's about entrepreneurship and the awareness. of new generation or youth. Then we would like to do something about new business development, and we would like to do something for established companies, small and medium-sized companies, for their export capacity building. Starting with the specific objective 1.1, we say that we would like to achieve new Central Baltic knowledge-intensive companies. New Central Baltic knowledge-intensive companies. Now, what we really mean, how to read it, how to make sure that your project potentially contributes. We need to look also the result indicator, where we are saying that we would like to have, we would like to see the number or certain number of joint or cooperating knowledge-intensive enterprises. Keyword here is actually new and joint. Joint meaning that we are not interested in the new business development projects in one and another country with a separate target groups, but we would like you to mix target group, potential entrepreneurs or already established businesses, and to carry out with them joint new business development complex program in a way that certain number of those participants will become joint Central Baltic companies. Latvian Finnish, Latvian Estonian, Finnish Estonian, by ownership, by the mixed management team, by the mixed key team, we say in a way, a little bit flexible way. So basically, it's a new business development. For example, two incubators doing it together with jointly found, jointly defined target group, taking them through from a classical steps of awareness, capacity building, advice, according to business plan logic, up to the access to finance. Not providing grants, but its activities and services. Innovativeness. What is innovativeness? Knowledge intensive, we say, but we are quite flexible about that. We say that, okay, we haven't kind of defined or restricted the business sectors or areas. It very much depends on the interests of potentially participating business development organizations. But we say that each such, let's say, process of new business development should aim to achieve higher value added of companies than in the area or sector average is right now. Because there are different, let's say, situations of value added in different regions. Take in Ida-Virumaa, in Tallinn, in Estonia, take Helsinki, or take the other parts of Finland or Latvia or Sweden as well. So this is the understanding. We are not going to enforcing it in a rigid way, but we emphasize ambition and really some kind of targeting higher than existing companies' value added. Specific objective 1.2, even more specific. This is about the youth. This is about the entrepreneurship awareness. Here we would like to see the relevant partners undertaking projects where joint student companies, Central Baltic student companies, are formed. Student companies as business simulations. Not real businesses. It's for a target group mainly under age of 18. But here we would like to see projects where, again, joint target group is formed and business simulation is carried out. This methodology can be defined by the partners. Existing ones, methodologies can be used, or new adopted methodologies can be created. But outcome result should be that there is going to be, as the result of a project, certain number of joint business simulations. Again, Latvian, Finnish, Latvian, Swedish, Estonian, Finnish, for example. Student companies, basically. The third thing we would like to do in business development is about export. But here we would like to use already existing experience and capacity of cooperation. Here we would like existing clusters. Cluster is defined quite in a classical way. It's the established cooperation of similar or complementary businesses and with some involvement of research and development. So there should be some kind of history of cooperation behind, that it can be named as a cluster. Well, preferably cluster should be institutionalized. If not, that's not also the problem. It can be just proven cooperation. And those 2, 3, or 4 clusters from different countries, similar or complementary clusters, should agree about going to conquer the new market, to achieve sales in new market. New market is defined as a market outside of European Union, European Free Trade Area. That's important. Not inside of European Union, European Free Trade Area, but outside. So cluster or 3 clusters, complementary clusters. For example, deciding to jointly go to Japanese, to Central Asian, to North American market, whatever. Are they wooden house builders or some other similar stuff? Okay, basically it's export. We would like to see the aggressive, active new market entry plans here, put together jointly and implemented jointly by clusters cross-border. So that's about the business development, what we would like to achieve. Maybe it's also interesting to know that, well, when preparing the program, we also understood and we found out what are the kind of existing situations or baselines. Basically, we found out that based on the business registers and statistics offices, for example, there are around 500, 600 joint companies by ownership existing in our region. It's simplified approach. We are allowing joint to be as joint management as well, joint key team, but it's only possible to find out based on ownership. So there are 500, 600 of such joint companies already. Okay, there is a methodology, and we have excluded some obvious things which are not interesting for us. But this is kind of scale. For student companies, joint student companies, none. So 0, baseline was 0. There were none joint student companies in our region. So that's, I would say, quite a good specific niche we have to create something which has not existed yet. And about those cluster-based cooperations, based on survey, we identified around 250 clusters in 4 countries. And it came out, we had a questionnaire, who replied, that there was approximately 10 clusters replied that they have had, together with some other countries' clusters, joint export project. So to say, baseline there is a 10. We would like to increase that number and to make 10 more successful cluster cooperation. We would like to create 50 student joint companies. We would like to create 100 new joint Central Baltic real companies. Any questions about business development focuses? Maybe I should say also about, in the context of the third call, as I said, all specific objectives will be open. So the projects to all specific objectives are welcomed. But if to look from the program results side, we need more by the number projects for specific objective 1.1 and specific objective 1.3. but if there are strong projects, certainly specific objective 1, 2 projects will be also proposed for financing. So it's kind of demand issue from the program results viewpoint. Environment, priority 2. Here we are having 4 specific objectives. Specific objectives where we would like to contribute, would like to achieve specific changes. First, specific objective is named as natural and cultural resources developed into sustainable tourist attractions. This is actually something, well, if you read it and if I explain, you understand it, it's actually something between of resources, environment, and economic development somehow, or a tourism development. So if here we look at the result indicator, which is more sustainable joint natural and cultural heritage-based tourist attractions. The keywords are joint tourist attractions. They should be based on those cultural and natural joint resources. So basically what we would like here to achieve is then this resource taken from a nature or the history, culture. We would like partners to use those resources and to create new attractive tourist attractions which have potential to attract more visitors to Central Baltic region. Whatever, it can be in regard to historical roads, it can be in regard to zoos, like we have already one project, it can be in regard of nature-related, geological resources, whatever. But the decisive important thing is that this nature, culture, history-related resource should be somehow joint. And it should have potential via product development and then later also marketing, making it worth to visit for potential visitors outside of the Central Baltic region. To say it opposite way, what is not interesting for us is, for example, a project where a different, let's say, cultural heritage sites are packaged together, where the obvious needs for renovation or repairs are in place, and then it is put together into one project. So this is the starting point should be understanding the joint potential of the resource, and then thinking then out how this customer or visitor journey will take place, let's say, around those services and products. The good examples we have, for example, ongoing project. Well, as I said, there are ongoing projects related to, for example, the zoos or the different history-based, marine-based roads, which can be, well, easily justified that both are the cross-border and larger than one country. So if you do some additional needed developments, even some kind of infrastructure improvements, you do joint marketing activities, then it is the project we would like to see. Hanseatic cities is actually one project we are having. Well, our region shares the Hanseatic history, for example. So one project dealing with Hanseatic theme and making those Hanseatic places more attractive and jointly visitable, so to say. Okay. The next two specific objectives are actually the planning related specific objectives here under the environment and use of common resources. So the second one is named as sustainably planned and managed marine and coastal areas. There are two aspects. marine spatial planning, and then coastal zone economic development, coastal zone management. Marine spatial planning is basically the responsibility of national organizations. So this is probably not a very kind of broad target group or partners group we are looking here. About coastal zone management, it's also, we would like to see the projects which are undertaken by the partners who are really responsible for this coastal zone planning and coastal zone management. So is it on regional level authorities or county level authorities, depending on the countries. And this is very much of actually exchanging experience, doing jointly new things, diversifying methods of bringing, let's say, bringing in new ideas, enhancing participation. In the case of marine spatial planning, certainly the issue is about the joint interests of participating countries, whether it is then in the eastern part of Gulf of Finland, for example, between Estonia and Finland, or if it is somewhere in the middle of Baltic Sea, it can be also the issue between three countries, actually, Sweden, Finland, Estonia, or Sweden, Latvia, in some parts of Baltic Sea. And here we would like actually, well, here is the kind of result or output seen together. We would like here actually what's happening is a share of marine and coastal areas with improved management. So basically we know as a starting point how many, for example, coastal areas or coastal management areas exist. So we have mapped it, we know what is in general situation, and we are looking for certain, let's say, improvement in managing and planning practices. And same for marine areas. Well, we basically know, I think we mapped the 5 different, say, places in Baltic Sea where we would like those joint marine spatial plans to be created. Quite specific, quite focused. Specific objective 2.3 is basically the similar thing, but it's about the improving the urban planning. It says that better urban planning in the Central Baltic region, meaning that we would like to increase the share of urban areas covered with integrated urban management. The key word here is integrated urban management, urban planning. Integration of urban centers, hinterlands, surrounding areas is one aspect. Integration taking place of traditional spatial planning and sectoral planning of transportation, for example, which have been classically, historically, a little bit separate from each other. And the third important aspect, improving this urban planning practices in regard of participation, bringing in other new, not yet involved target groups into the process. And here we would like to see that Central Baltic urban areas join forces, exchange experiences, and they really achieve those, let's say, improved urban plans, improved urban management. And it is not restricted to small urban areas as well, but if it is saying that the integrated urban planning, here we very much actually concentrate on the bigger urban places, which are cities above 50,000 inhabitants, where the urban planning issues are complex in a way. Last, fourth of specific objective of environment use of common resources is reduced nutrients, hazardous substances and toxins inflow into the Baltic Sea. And here what we would like to achieve is defined with the result indicator together with the output. So we say that amounts of nutrients, hazardous substances and toxins inflows into the Baltic Sea should reduce. And we are targeting a certain number of sources leakages or those inflows of nutrients, hazardous substances, and toxins. Important aspect is here that it's not only spot related, it can be diffuse as well. So we are accepting urban stormwater, then this, let's say, source is defined as a urban area or some urban area, part of urban area, or it can be agricultural inflows as well. So we are interested in really getting partners who are responsible for example, for potentially urban areas, like city governments, town governments, who are responsible, or water companies of those cities, doing joint project and finding ways for how they will extract toxins or nutrients from the urban stormwater. Responsible organizations planning, taking action, and achieving reduction. Here it's important. Achieving reduction of inflow of nutrients, toxins, hazardous substances. We have one very good project ongoing, Silja is also related to that project. Estonian, Latvian agricultural companies have created a joint project where they know where they are now, and they intend via different activities to reduce in their 10+10 farms the inflows of nutrients into the groundwater and later to the Baltic Sea. So we would like to see such specific projects here. Can be different. It can be whatever, some niche medical waste, for example. It can be urban stormwater. Certainly this is not the specific objectives we would like to see big wastewater treatment plants, well, to be renovated, because for that our countries have different sources of financing available in their national structural funds budgets. So that's it. If to look at or to say something about the program result achievement side, here I have to say actually that the most needed projects are, where we need most projects are about the specific objective 2.1, joint tourist attractions. So we do have already quite good portfolio of projects working with decreasing nutrients inflows, and also the planning specific objectives are quite well covered with the projects. But again, all specific objectives are opened, and if there are strong projects worth to be financed, they will be financed. The third big area priority or thematic objective in one moment, as it was called, it's transportation. And those two specific aspects we have chosen, our stakeholders have chosen to intervene, are related to improving transport flows of people and goods, improving transport flows people and goods. And if you look at the result indicator and output indicator, here we would like actually to achieve that the travel time of passengers or transport flows, transport time of goods will be decreased. And it should happen via improved efficiency of transport corridors and transport nodes. So in a way that we are looking actually existing transport nodes. Is it then the classical transport node port area or some kind of multimodal transport center, or where the land transport indeed meets the marine transport? So how to make this node, and then the combination of other nodes as a transport corridor, then more smoothly kind of possible, in a way that people lose less time, goods can move faster, and it is also important here that it should be achieved in a way that those transport flows should get, and flows of passengers should get faster in a way that CO2 emissions will not increase. So the solution is not only of adding speed to the ferries, but it has to be thinking through how it is best way to get, for example, from the harbor to the main highway by the trucks, or how to get from a harbor to the airport, for example. yes, the projects related to FOS can be process kind of improvements, process modifications. It can be technologies, IT technologies, for example. It can be, in some cases, also some innovative equipment or some smaller scale investments for achieving that. Probably the best known projects under that, where it is not characteristic project in a way, Ivo can comment or you can discuss it with Ivo or whatever. It's Estlink, which is about Helsinki-Tallinn tunnel visibility study project. Here only this kind of difference is that foreseeable improvement of a time is not immediate. So here we are rather expecting that the following steps will take place, and after tunnel will be built and operational, the travel time will decrease. So this is a little bit playing with the time. In a usual project, we would like to see those travel time or goods movements times improved faster than 2024, as in Estlink project case, Mr. Westerpakka has promised. Okay, that's about the improved transport flows of people and goods, transport corridors, transport nodes becoming more efficient, not increasing or rather decreasing the CO2 emissions. A second specific objectives we would like to intervene in the area of transportation with our program is the cross-border activities to improve the quality, service quality of small ports for visitors from outside and also for the local people, for local commute. So it's named as improved services of existing small ports to improve local and regional mobility and contribute to tourism development. So basically we would like here to see projects where different small ports which are located in a way that they are logical to visit together, or they are somehow can be characterized as a logical network of small ports, where the basic services of those small ports will be improved. Above the water, we have restricted our intervention in a way that we are not going under the water. It can't be the kind of constructing the piers, quays. It should be everything what is on the ground and what is regarded as the core service. Not accommodation or not restaurants or stuff like that. So, and it can be related to whatever, improving navigation. It can extend to doing joint branding, doing also joint marketing things for potential visitors to come to from Germany, for example, to visit Swedish, Finnish, Estonian, Latvian small ports during the time when it is possible. And here we as a result indicator, together with output indicator, basically we are looking for, let's say, number of ports, or yes, indeed there is certain, not to say final number, but we more or less know how many ports exist. So we would like that this share of really ports which have really good high value services will improve. Okay, and from the viewpoint of the program results and also the spent budget insofar, we are glad to say that actually priority 2, priority 3, both specific objectives need a good projects. So transport priority certainly welcomes numerous good projects. So we are having enough resources for those specific objectives, priorities. And our fourth intervention area we would like to intervene has actually two little bit different content related aspects. The name is Skilled and Socially Inclusive Region, so it has the specific objectives which is related to vocational education programs, and it has also the specific objective which is very much a grassroots level community development, community improvements. And the specific objective for one reads as more people benefiting from stronger Central Baltic communities. And here we would like to see, say, result indicator together with output indicator. The key here is the communities. Community in one country and community in another country, a little bit similar to the cluster and cluster as we had it in specific objective 1.3. Here, community in one country and another country should have some kind of challenge. So those two communities should have some kind of common challenges. And we would like now those two communities, and those challenges can be related to health, whatever, social status, whatever. It can be, it is quite free, and we don't have a kind of full or final list of what kind of those challenges, social inclusion related challenges can be. Minorities, yes, it can be labor market access, so on, so on. Important here is actually that each project, if those community and community is found and defined, those communities should be able of describing their starting point. Or basically each pair or each project, each community cooperation should define their own result indicator, so to say. What is the situation now and what they want to achieve with project activities with 2 years. This is small projects area, only small projects, only area we have, meaning that on the specific objective 4.1, the projects can receive ERDF funding 200,000 euros plus 10,000 euros for preparation costs, plus the known financing. And basically it is it. So one challenge-based community, another challenge-based community, joining forces, improving their situation with the project activities. About more aligned vocational education program development. Here the starting point is, or assumption is actually that we would like to see Central Baltic labor market more homogeneous, more unified in a way that for improving the mobility, improving the access of different nationalities to different parts of the Central Baltic labor market. So, and our way of doing it is, we say, more aligned vocational education and training programs in the Central Baltic region. So, for example, we would like to here see the projects where minimum 2 from different countries, vocational education schools, find out, identify some specific profession where exist barriers in different parts of our labor market. Those can be classically related to language, it can be related to regulation, it can be related to standards. Like the medical stuff, for example, of Finland, Estonia, where mobility is anyway already existing, or, for example, we have interesting projects where vocational schools of 2 countries are cooperating to align the railway-related education in 2 countries. For example, it relates to standards, it relates to, well, different aspects of that. And then this project should result that those programs which are developed can be also piloted and tested, will be in a better match with labor market needs of Central Baltic labor market. About demand, how and where we need projects, I would like Pille to say maybe one or two things. The microphone.
Thank you. Yes, concerning with priority 4, there are still some funds available, but here we especially expect projects for this specific objective 4.1. That means projects targeting social inclusion problems. It means that all these projects, these are small projects, it was mentioned already, so duration 2 years, and maximum financing up to 200,000 euros for ERDF co-financing. And also concerning partners within these projects and probably all the projects, if you will have partners from Sweden, or if you have some contacts in Sweden, it would be very beneficial for your project and also for our program to have some Swedish partners involved in our projects, especially concerning this priority 4, because for some reason in this priority 4 we don't have many Swedish partners at all in our ongoing projects. Also concerning this specific objective 4.2, vocational education, we have quite many quite good projects there already, and we expect that we will get our objectives fulfilled by these projects, but still, as for all the other priorities and specific objectives, if there are good projects, of course there is still room for, let's say, 1 or 2 good vocational education projects. So all specific objectives are still open, but especially we would welcome projects for specific objective 4.1 concerning social issues.
Okay, thank you, Pille. And now, if to move on, just to repeat already some things I have said. Basically, so to say, trick is, or most important thing is now to be able of linking your own project logic, project intervention logic, which is, project idea, which is the project objectives, what is also related, how you are going to achieve your objectives with your project, with whom you are going to achieve it, its work plan, how you are able of linking this project cycle, so to say, project logic with the program logic. So, and this is a key thing, and I once again I repeat here that this linking, the key for this linking is actually that you should link your project's main results. I will get and show where is this field also where you should do it. How you are able of linking your project main results, and above that also project objective, and then project specific objectives, to program specific objectives, result indicators, target value. Not only, differently describing it or illustrating, not only finding from a program manual that there are some keywords in description or there are the in activities some listed possible activities as the part of action plan, and you have a similar project idea. It's not enough. The starting point is actually it's about what your project is going to target as the main results, and how those main results really link or not link to program specific objectives, result indicators, target value. So simple it is. And this is actually basically the most important thing we are assessing, and we are checking, especially in a first step, because for the regular projects we are having, as you know, the two-step approach, two-step application. The first step you are required to describe your project idea in a quite general actually way. And we are checking that linkage. If there is no linkage, there is actually no actually real way of getting to the second step. If this linkage is missing between projects, results, main results, and the program-specific objectives, result indicators, target value. Okay. But as a project intervention logic or a main parts of the project, not going deeply into those are actually reflected now in this in the main fields, so to say, or should be described in the main fields I will go through, and which you will find in e-monitoring system if you are going to write project application. But it's certainly kind of, well, logical project build-up, project cycle, starting with a general, starting with what you would like to achieve as objectives, and then hierarchically elaborating it to more specific things down to the how you are going to, or how you intend to achieve, what to do, activity plan, action plan, and what resources you need for that as a time, people, budget, and of course with whom you are going to do it. The partnership issue, very important in our cross-border cooperation world. And now I will next go through actually all relevant fields which you can find in an e-monitoring system as the parts of application form, and I will try to give you some tips or emphasize some things which maybe are not so clear in the first point. But the most information I have to say, what is coming up is quite straightforward and logical, not different from other application forms you have seen, probably many of those. In our program case, of course, it is a cross-border cooperation program. The information, our language, we don't have any other Central Baltic language yet in addition to English, so it is English. Everything, all information should be provided in English, with exception of original names of organizations in the partner section of application form, of course. Be clear in a way that reading it together with the next bullet point, that if there are different fields, and if the different fields have actually above them different questions and different sections have different names, so there is a division of work between those different fields and questions. Don't copy paste, don't repeat the same information under the description of challenge problem and also the for example project approach. So think it through, what is asked, be precise, be specific. No need to repeat the same organization you have already had in one field in coming 4 or 5 fields as well. Very often, unfortunately, we explain it, we still see it, that a lot of same information is actually included in different fields. We have tried actually from our side to formulate those supportive questions above fields, and in the guide for filling application form more precise and not duplicating each other, but still we see it a lot that actually the same information is repeated in different sections, different fields of the same application form. We see it fully possible that all relevant information can be described in application form fields in e-monitoring system. If technically EMS will work as we want, and there will not be any restrictions of spaces, you should be able of describing most of information required with 2,000 characters, which is standard field size actually. So that's intentional. So this is one exercise you should be able of describing briefly having only emphasis on relevant. That's the intention. No other technical reasons. If something happens, we unfortunately had that situation that some sizes of text fields changed in, if I remember correctly, for a second call. Yes, indeed, there was a solution that project partners wrote it in a Word and made it as attachment. So fine for us, but if these normal sizes of fields are there, we expect you to write information only there, not using a kind of long attachments and that. Once again, those are quite actually detailed instructions already what we are having in program manual and what we are having in the guide for filling in the application form. Do this reading first, and then of course, well, you may still have something to clarify, but do this work first, then start the application for fulfillment. And if there is then something which is unclear, then our team is for you to support you. But this is the logical way we recommend. And also important, we emphasize is actually that our e-monitoring system is not actually the activity planning, project planning tool. It is very much applying, submitting application tool. So don't try to use it for your own kind of planning purposes. Maybe in future it will be developed in a way that there is a module, or it will be comfortably also fitting the needs for a planning project. But it's not like this right now. It's very much the short, most relevant information about what you intend to do, how you intend to do, with what resources, with whom, applying, submitting your project. So our actual assumption is that you should have somewhere in your own files, using some own common software or some other methodology or tool, planning project. And then, yes, EMS is for submitting the project application to the program. Okay, but now let's try to get through those most important fields. And first, if you are going to open the e-monitoring system, is a project description. And this is actually starting with the first field, which is project a cross-border challenge opportunity. So it is sometimes, it is not always a problem or challenge. It can be also opportunity, we emphasize. So this is actually the field. This is a place to describe and to describe why. What is a reason to undertake together in a cross-border way the project? Keyword, in addition to what you can find here on the slide, is actually that you should be specific, objective, specific. Specific, objective, specific. There is no, well, we say there is no added value if you are very general. In a way that, for example, if you're going to plan the project for specific objective 1.3, going together to new markets with the cluster cooperation, maybe one sentence emphasizing the importance of export can be relevant, but speaking and describing with sentences about the global economic challenges is not relevant. Get into the sector or sectors where you are, get into the description where you stand now, what have you already achieved in this sector, what you have in place, what is the situation now, and why you're going to undertake this project. Same in regard to environment, for example, or transport. Don't use those, whatever, climate change. Yes, indeed, one word would be fine to write it down, and that's important. Nutrients, or is it toxins, or is it hazardous substances? So the key here is be specific, objective specific, not general. Project approach. Here is actually the slight change we have, if there are some people who also were applying and were in our seminar in the first, second call, we used to have one additional field which was about activities. Now actually we expect you to describe under this project approach the main logic, how you intend to achieve what you target to achieve. So to say, I say it's project intervention logic. What are the main activities? In what sequence? What is a method or logic? Briefly describing what is the intervention logic of your project. So basically describing those most important pillars or main types of activities here as well. So this is project approach. Then the project relevance. We have the cooperation reason. This is the field you precisely can use for elaborating and convincing us that there is a need for cross-border cooperation. So this project is not, why this project is the best or almost best to undertake together as a joint effort in a cross-border way. And this cooperation reason in this period, there is also our understanding that the quality threshold is in a way that we would like to see projects which are more or less equal partnerships. Equal in a way that there is the joint interest, joint similar capacities to do something together, to achieve results together. Differently illustrating, avoiding the projects where one is just clever and another partner is not yet clever, and this one partner will teach another partner how to become more clever. So this is the logic. So we would like to see more or less equal partnerships, defining their joint interests, joint objectives, and doing things together for achieving results together. Very important, actually. Cooperation criteria. I would say it's very much as a checklist, actually. We would like here you just think through and its reminder and indeed how you and briefly described and how you plan project together, this development part, joint implementation, joint staffing, joint financing. Not irrelevant because, well, we know as well, there are still practices in real world. There, let's say one partner sends to other partners just to offer in a last minute that, okay, we are going to have a successful project, 250,000 to you as a partner, are you with us? So not a good way in our opinion. So this joint development or joint, let's say, project development, joint idea development, and later also the joint implementation should be more sophisticated and more mature in our opinion to be successful. Contribution to specific objective of a program. This is important. This is important field. Here not yet in the quantitative way, but this is a place where the project should create link, connection of their objective to the program objective. It is probably some wording or using similar or close wording to the program specific objectives area, choosing some aspect of it. But it's basically should be, yes, general part, at the same time also specific enough to understand and to describe what in general you are going to target as the objective. And there is a possibility to split actually a project specific objective to three project sorry, I explained it in. Sorry. Yes. The first actually thing before this project-specific objective is choosing. Is it here? Yes, this is actually the field or place you indeed should make this connection. How is this linkage or projects general objectives to specific objective? So this is the place you are choosing from the menu the right specific objective of the program. You can choose one and no more. This is also the sometimes questions we asked, whether it is possible or whether it makes sense to try to target more than one program-specific objectives with a project. We have nowhere said it's prohibited or it's impossible, but we have in all cases actually ended up with conclusion, if there have been similar questions or cases, that there is no realistic way than one project can contribute to the more than one program-specific objective. Because of those program-specific objectives are defined differently, they are quite specific, and if you are trying to do with one project more than one, you're already splitting the resources and you are putting in danger the capacity to achieve relevant results for a program. So this is a logic. So here you are choosing the relevant specific objective, and then there is a possibility to have and to define for a project maximum 3 kind of project level different aspects, objectives, what you are targeting. Now we're getting to the, I would say, at least at the starting moment or at the beginning, for a most important field, which is the project main result. So after having chosen a specific objective, after having chosen the specific objective, specific result indicator, here I have to say that it is not fully kind of logical, but if I am correct, then in EMS for a third call there is not going to be need to choose, but it's automatically narrowed or specific objective, specific result indicators will appear for you. So before it was in a way that you had to follow the manual and then to choose the result indicators. Usually there are 1, 2, maximum 3 program result indicators to what project can contribute, and then the project main result is actually this field, I say, which is a critical, most important, where you have to create this connection of how your project in quantitative way or describing it with a situation description or a targeted new situation, how your project will contribute to program-specific objectives, result indicators, target value. Basically, if we take example of project under specific objective 1.1, new joint Central Baltic businesses, here we expect you to describe and to say us how many new joint Central Baltic companies you are targeting, promising to us. For specific objective 2.4, for example, nutrients reduction. Here we expect you to name and list which sources of nutrient inflows, if possible, and in what quantities are going to be decreased or eliminated. So this is a place, project main result, to create linkage between your project achievement to the program specific objective, result indicators, target value. The next about sustainability or durability and transferability of main outputs, results can be also added here. This is about really describing what is the perspective and what is your project's understanding and intention to the lasting impact, lasting results of a project's outputs, and also if there is a need for whatever something has been created for a running cost, how you are going to secure that sustainability. And then transferability, that is additional relevant aspect. Of course, it relates to things whether this solution or result output you are creating can be used by others outside of your organizations, outside of our region. But be realistic here. This is our advice. There is no need to describe or to describe and to have information here about unrealistic things. Then there is a next field which is about the project context. It's relating to the strategic linkages of the project with other strategies, action plans, general documents. Our advice or main kind of comment here is actually that on a program level already, with defining the program priorities, program objectives, and so on, we have created the linkages with relevant strategic documents. Is it an USPSR? Is it then also some national relevant documents, European Union directives? There are those, let's say, linkages created. So if your project can be linked to the one or another specific objective of our program, you are basically all done with all other relevant linkages as well. But don't kind of over-repeat than that. This is the field. You can add something. You may have some strategy which is on a regional level. There can be something very specific, sectoral activity plan, some strategy. You can create linkage with your project. That can be then value added. No need to repeat over here kind of general European level 2020, whatever strategies and so on. Next up, the contribution to EU SPSR. I would say the same comment in a way that we have tried to take into account and find our niches and our logical kind of areas of work when already choosing priority specific objectives for a program. But still, this is one additional field. You can bring out some additional kind of probably linkages your project may have with some whatever policy areas or horizontal areas of USPSR. But again, well, be here specific. There is no need to be just generally linking your project with those strategies, USPSR in this concrete case. Next field is related to experience, I would say. It's named as building on available knowledge. Here we would like you to describe and then also to link your new project with the relevant activities which have been the activities of your organization. statutory, let's say, tasks, projects from different levels, international projects. So this is a field to convince us that you have all that background and available knowledge which will support the implementation of the project. Not necessarily always, but there can be cases and projects where your new project is clearly contributing, creating synergies with some other program finance projects, again, from different levels, can be regional, national, cross-border, transnational level. So this is a field to open that and to provide us with relevant information. And then sometimes, sometimes not so clearly understood what to do with those horizontal principles. The last but not least, there is this project description part, the horizontal principles section field, and where you can actually choose the different contributions. And those horizontal principles, as you know, are sustainable development, equal opportunities and non-discrimination, gender equality, low carbon economy, and ICT. So you can choose basically from a drop-down menu the positive, neutral, negative. Well, if you choose a negative, we actually expect you not to choose negative impact. Then you are in a trouble. I would then next say that in most cases, probably your project will be, to the most of those horizontal principles, neutral. But in some justified cases, your project may really have additional positive effect to some horizontal principles. And then choose positive and then describe. So, well, don't choose negative or don't undertake project if your project impact to a horizontal principle 1, 2, or 3 is going to be negative. In most cases, I guess it will be the neutral. If positive, please describe how it is going to be positive. Yeah, I think looking at time, we are more or less in a schedule. In 2 minutes, we break for the lunch. Before that, if there is one question, at least. No. We can break now for a lunch, and thank you all for listening here in audience and also people who are following us behind their screens, somewhere at work or at home. And we will be back sharp 1:30, so 1.5 hours, and we will then continue. My colleague Pille will continue with partnership and the work plan creation. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our seminar. In the morning time, you heard about how to link your project idea to our program. During the afternoon, I will first talk about project partners, then work plan, and after that, Ivo will tell you about how to plan and organize your project budget. Can I also ask how many of you have had some experience with filling anything into this electronic monitoring system, this EMS? So some of you have seen it somewhat. If I will finish a little bit earlier, I will also try to show you a little bit about this EMS, so you will get some sort of idea what kind of pictures you will see there and how it will look like when you are going to fill it in. But now I will go on with partners. So concerning partnership, there are following issues. First, eligibility requirements, who can be the partners, what we consider a good partnership, and why do we need all these partners, and then of course also how to fill all this information into this EMS, into the application form. We're using quite a lot of these abbreviations, so this AF, it means application form here. So first, partners and geographical eligibility. You all know, of course, that we have 4 countries involved in our program: Estonia, Latvia, Finland and Sweden, and Åland Islands. But not all the area or territory of each of these countries is eligible. So here you can see these small maps about our program areas. So first one from the left, this is a Central Baltic program area. So that's the biggest one. And that means that each project must have at least 2 partners. At least one of the partners must come from our core area. The core areas are marked in dark blue on these maps. So first, from the left is Central Baltic program area. Then in the middle there is Southern Finland, Estonia program area. And the last one, on the right one, is Archipelago and Islands sub-program area. So it depends from which areas your partners are coming, and accordingly you should choose your sub-program as well. But please keep in mind that at least one partner must come from these core areas. Concerning the legal status of the partners, basically all kind of organizations can be project partners except big, large private companies. And by large companies, we mean companies who have 250 or more employees, or whose annual budget is over 50 million euros. But all other organizations can be project partners. Also small and medium-sized companies. Of course, most common ones are local, regional and national public authorities, also NGOs, and lots of education institutions are participating in our projects. Concerning a lead partner, each project has one partner who is lead partner, and the only difference concerning eligibility here is that small and medium-sized enterprises, private companies, cannot be lead partners in a project. In all our projects, we have this lead partner principle. That means that each project has a lead partner who is responsible for first filling in this application form. Later on, also lead partner is responsible for implementing a project. And our principle is that from our joint secretariat, we are contacting and exchanging information with a lead partner. So lead partner gets information from us, and the lead partner provides information to all other project partners. So that's why we use this wording quite a lot during this application and also implementation process. So how to check if a partnership is relevant and balanced? Of course, it sounds very natural. It should be relevant and balanced. But there are some certain issues what we are checking when we are looking at the projects. So of course it's important that competence and expertise is available, and it was mentioned before also that with expertise it should be relatively balanced between countries. So it shouldn't be so that most partners are coming from one country or all with basic activities and basic roles are coming from one country and the other countries are participating sort of just because they have to. But it really should be partnership in a sense that each of the partners is participating, they have a role, they have their purpose to participate in a project, and not so that one is teaching the others. Of course, partners must have interests which are very much linked to the project aims, so all the partners must know what the project is about, what it is for, what we are trying to achieve. And as I said, each partner must have a clear role. It doesn't have to be exactly so that each partner is necessarily responsible for, let's say, one work package, but they must have some tasks inside a project. And it's later on when we go to these work packages, it's also advisable still that it's not so that, for example, lead partner is responsible for all activities. It's much better if each partner has some sort of responsibility. Some work packages are led by some other partners, but some activities are led and implemented by other partners. Of course, project partners must have institutional capacity to implement the project. That means that they have relevant staff working in their organization, and also that they have relevant financial capacity. Because in our projects, first it's so that partners implement the project activities. Then you do the reporting, then lead partner does project reporting, and after certain period only all these activities and expenses will get reimbursed by us. So that means that it takes quite a long time until the partner will get their money reimbursed. And organizations must have this kind of capacity that they can afford this kind of financing. And of course, the end users and decision makers should be involved, so it's clear that your project is relevant, it is necessary, and it is really needed, the project. And of course, when you start forming a partnership, it's very advisable to do so that all the partners, or at least as many as possible, are involved from the very beginning of the planning process. It always works better if all the partners are on board from the very beginning, not so that somebody has a good idea and the idea is almost developed, and then later on you try to find some partners who might have slightly different ideas or who might not link exactly to your idea. So it's good to make these contacts and find the partners as soon as possible. And as I mentioned also in the morning, that it is very good if you can find partners from Sweden, because we have slightly less Swedish partners in our projects. It's not obligatory, but it is good if you have contacts and if you can find partners from Sweden. So now I go already to filling in the application form. This is concerning a partnership still. So how to indicate the partners in application form? Check now that you can't see it very well, so I say that I try to show you later on also how it looks in this real application form. But anyway, it is so that you are, once you have started your application form, now you will go to this partner section, and there is a button where you press new partner. So for each partner you will press new partner, when the whole new page will open, and you will fill in this information concerning each of the project partners. One thing it's good to remember is that there are lots of different boxes which needs to be filled in, and please fill in all the boxes. Right now we have faced some problems with some projects who didn't fill in this partner abbreviation, short name of a partner. It didn't look very important, but it becomes very important during this implementation and project reporting phase. So also the project partner abbreviation is important to fill in, even if a project partner's name is relatively short and it looks okay, but please fill in abbreviation as well. Another thing which lots of partners have missed is VAT or other registration number. So this was our very common question when we checked applications. Not from everybody, but from very many projects we still had to ask, please fill in these numbers, we really need it. And of course that also goes that indicate your VAT status, so is it possible or not to recover VAT for your organization. That was about this data about partners, but of course we want to know why did you choose these partners, how and why these partners are relevant for a project. So there are separate boxes to describe main competencies and role of a partner in a project. So here we really expect to see why this partner was chosen, what kind of experience, content-wise experience do we have for your project, what kind of knowledge do we bring to this partnership, and how do we contribute to a project. Then it's benefit from participating in a project. So it's sounds more simple and more easy. That means that what kind of benefit will this project partner get from implementing this project. The benefit can be different, of course. They might have new knowledge, they might develop something together to use that tool or whatever thing it's going to be. But it must be described what kind of benefit this concrete partner is expecting to get from a project. And then project implementation, relevant experience. Here we mainly think about what kind of experience the partner has regarding implementing a projects, preferably also EU finance projects. To see, do we have experience leading projects and implementing projects, reporting and all this kind of bureaucracy which does come together with our projects. So it needs some sort of experience as well. Here it's a picture about how these boxes will look on one page in ESF. I will go now to work plan, but did you have any questions concerning partners or partnership or that section? And also, as it was during a morning session, that if you have any questions, you can ask at any time. You don't have to wait until the end of presentation. You can just ask when you happen to have any question. So now we go to work plan, and this is most well, it's hard to say which is the most important, but it is very important part of a project application, and it's very important to describe all your project activities so that it's clear for yourself, the other partners, and also all these people who have to read your application form first and later on your projects, so that everybody will understand the same way what kind of activities you are foreseeing and what you plan to do with your project. So this is the colorful picture is the one which you will get when you click to work plan in your project application. Different colors are showing different kind of work packages that you are going to fill in. There is one important thing is to remember when you are planning your work plan. It is that there is a closure period must be included in all projects. That means that each project ends with 3 months during which there are no project activities happening anymore. It only costs for project management for lead partner are allowed. So that means that all our partners have to finish their activities before that time. And these last 3 months are only foreseen for gathering information together, finishing reporting, and doing these kind of things. And that also concerns communication activities. That's also what we have seen from current projects, that often projects remember that all content related activities must end 3 months before project end, but communication activities tend to go on a little bit longer, which is not allowed, and also these kind of things must be finished before. Of course, it doesn't mean that you have to like close your homepage down or something like this, but it means that you can't make any costs related to project activities during these 3 months. So, what kind of work packages do we have in the projects? First of all, we have different kind of two different kinds of projects, small projects and regular projects. We have one specific objective for one concerning social inclusion, where only small projects are allowed. And for this specific objective, we're also expecting projects. So I do think that lots of you also will deal with that specific objective and small projects. And concerning small projects, the application process is slightly different. It's one-step process, so that means that small projects are filling in the whole application form right away and then submit it. For regular projects, it's two-step application process. So the regular projects fill in certain parts of the projects, but work plan and budget, they are coming only in a second step. But concerning work packages, so small projects will have preparation work package, management work package, and at least one implementation work package. It is okay to have more than one also, but most of the small projects, they do have one or maximum 2 work packages, because it's usually not very wise to split the activities into 2 small items. But preparation work package is necessary for all projects and also management. Regular projects have preparation work package, the same. They also have management work package, also compulsory. When regular projects have, of course, implementation work packages, usually regular projects have more than one implementation work packages. Of course, again, the number shouldn't be too big. It's not wise to have like 10 implementation work packages. The average number is somewhere between 2 and 5 work packages for implementation, depending on what kind of activities and how this project is organized. And then communication work package, it's the orange one, and this is compulsory for regular projects. So if you are having a regular project and you are getting to second step, you should fill in also the communication work package. Investment work packages are filled in only in case if a project will have any investments. It is allowed also for small projects, but so far we don't have any small projects who are doing any investments. It is allowed though. And also regular projects, not everybody is having investments, but if you do, these work packages must be filled in separately. So this is now from the preparation work package. So you click to each of the work packages, and when this new page will open, and you will fill in with each of these work packages separately. Preparation work package, it's relatively simple. It's about the same thing for all a project, but it definitely has to be filled in. If it's not, we should come back and ask you to fill in, and that it's not good. So here you will give a short description what kind of preparation works you did before your project application was ready, and how partners were involved in preparation activities. The preparation costs are going to be paid to these projects which will be approved. So that means that once your project will be approved, it means that small projects will be approved in first step, and regular projects will be approved in second step. So once the project is approved, it's going to be implemented and financed. You will sort of automatically will get the preparation costs as well. Preparation costs are for all projects, it's 10,000 euros ERDF, and it's going to be paid out later together with your first project report. So with 10,000 euros ERDF, you can divide it between different project partners if it is relevant and different partners participated. It's also allowed that, for example, always 10,000 euros is going to lead partner if they were really covering the costs and then doing most of the work. But it must be definitely foreseen, and it must be shown also in your budget. And please remember that with 10,000 it is ERDF, so your own co-financing comes on top of that. It's going to be some sort of little bit complicated calculation if you have different partners and different shares, because Estonian and Latvian partners have this 85% ERDF, and the Swedish and Finnish partners have 75%, so the numbers are going to be different. But with 10,000 euros ERDF, it must be for all the projects. And that is basically what you need to fill in concerning preparation work package. So it's just this description what kind of work was done for a preparation, and we don't ask any more details or kind of things, because each project knows themselves how they prepared. So next one for all the projects is management work package. This is also first picture you will see where in management work package you will start with choosing which partners participated or will participate in management work package. Basically in management all the partners should participate, because each of the partners have some sort of management activities. Of course, we presume that it's lead partner who is leading all the management and leading the project implementation, but each partner will have their own role also during the management process. At least so much that they are doing their reporting, and of course they are participating in project meetings and other management activities. So here please choose all the partners to participate in these activities. In each work package you will have first a summary part, so there is a box where you can fill in a summary information about this work package. It's not unlimited, it's 2,000 characters, so you can put certain amount of text there, and then sometimes you really need to think and concentrate and check what kind of information to put and what to leave out. But all this information should fit into this summary box there, of course. So in work package management and then in summary part, we expect that you will explain what kind of management structures you are going to have in a project, and what kind of procedures, like are you going to have some project working groups and other groups for some certain activities, how your steering group meetings are going to be organized and how you are going to involve your steering group. What are going to be a project partner's responsibilities regarding management? Sometimes there are some tasks like let's say risk management or something else is given to some partners, and lead partner doesn't have to do everything by themselves, but the lead partner of course has to be responsible and know what all the partners are doing. Also, internal communication issues, these are going under this work package management, and this has been quite common mistake also so far, that lots of since regular projects have this communication work package, it seems to be tempting to put all kind of communication issues under this communication work package, but its division is so that the internal communication is under management. So if you are having communication between your project partners with your steering group, that is under management, and when you are going to communicate to public and your target groups, that goes under work package communication. Also, measures to identify and manage project risks, that of course is relevant, related what kind of projects you are having. Some projects might have bigger risks, some have slightly smaller risks, but it's always wise to think about these things, what might happen, and what to do when things are happening, and how to ensure project quality. Also, that you have thought about how to ensure that things will really happen according to the plan, and you will really get your results, and you will get them in a qualitative way. And also, in case project management will be outsourced, that should also be explained, and how it's going to be organized. It's not very common practice, but it is allowed and possible. But in that case, of course, it should be explained that if it is management is outsourced, how all these links with a lead partner organization are happening, and how you ensure that things are really going to be implemented according to all regulations, and also that how you will get the contact with project management, and also how we from a program can contact the project management and lead partner. So these kind of things are the most important on the management. And once this summary part is filled in, then of course we go on to activities. So there are going to be separate small boxes for each activity. So first you will fill in activity name. It's not a very big box, so you can't put very long description there, but you will fill in what kind of activity you are foreseeing. And then each activity must have at least one deliverable. So here it's given with examples, like for example, you will have project kickoff meeting, and deliverables. You will put here, like for example, agenda and updated detailed work plan. It's always wise to put these deliverables in a way that you can really show these concrete deliverables later on, because it's very much related to project reporting. Once you're going to report, you will have exactly the same questions. So if it was foreseen that the kickoff meeting took place during this first period, you will fill in that kickoff meeting took place and activity was implemented. But then you have to attach also deliverable evidence, and it's good to put here this kind of evidence, like we put here example, that it's like agenda or work plan or some concrete document or some concrete thing what you can put there. It's not good if you have something like very qualitative or something which you need to find out, or which is difficult to describe and also link to a project report later on. So try to be as concrete as possible here. And yes, here we have other examples what kind of activities often appear in this work package management. So project steering group meetings. Of course, you will have several steering group meetings. Some projects have listed the steering group meetings so that they will put one meeting for each reporting period, and then there is this deliverable is this agenda or minutes mostly. It is also possible to put one activity steering group meetings, and then put that you will have 6 meetings during a whole project period. You can explain that it's one meeting is foreseen for each reporting period. Yes, but it's definitely important to put each different activities separately. So please don't put together like all meetings. If you have separately kick-off meeting, if you have a project group meeting, if you have steering group meeting, put at least these separately. So it's not going to be too mixed up later on, because it's really related to reporting, and it's much easier for yourself also if you have very concrete meetings and you know what kind of agendas you're looking for, and then we also can follow much more easily at what was foreseen and what really happened. And these activities here, these are like examples, so you don't definitely have to have exactly these activities, of course, but this is just example to show. So yes, some things to remember concerning work package management. So with operational steering functions separated, by this we mean that exactly with the steering group meetings and your own project meetings. Some projects call it project meetings, some call it project partner meetings or management meetings or whatever things, but definitely you are going to have meetings and communication between the partners and with a lead partner. And then there is going to be this steering group, which is somewhat outside and who are going to govern and follow your project activities. But all project have these functions separated. So that is important to keep in mind, but definitely steering group meetings must be foreseen. So because we want to see in your project application that you have foreseen that steering group is going to be functioning. So yes, as I said, please list each activity separately, like if you have like kick-off meeting or project meetings or steering group meetings or some other things, just put at least this kind of separation, that you are not putting together like all the meetings under the same activity, which makes it very confusing. Also, projects are different. Some projects have smaller partnerships and more sort of simple activities. They can have less meetings between project partners. Some projects involve quite a lot of project partners and very complicated different activities. So they need more meetings between project partners and meetings between different partners. So these things are also wise to foresee during this preparation process. And enough and relevant meetings or some other communication should be foreseen. It doesn't, of course, have to be all the time that you are physically meeting somewhere and then people are traveling all the time. It can be online using different methods, but some sort of communication, it must be possible and it must be foreseen. And yes, how to plan project quality. As said before, some projects don't need very massive and very complicated measures to ensure project quality and also to identify project risks. Some projects are more risky and more complicated, so it depends on these things, and these adequate measures should be foreseen in this management work package. So now I'm going to work package implementation. So this is this main part where all your project activities are going to be described. So this is basically the things why you are doing a project. All these activities are going to be in this work package implementation. Here, of course, you should follow project intervention logic, what was explained this morning, so that please keep all the time in mind that you what were these foreseen project results and outputs, why you planning your project and how it is linked to our program objectives and results, because it all has to be in the same framework all the time. Quite often we have seen quite a lot of these kind of examples that in the beginning, in these general parts, projects describe very well with project intervention logic, why we are doing, what we are planning to do, what is the problem and what can be solution, but when you go to this implementation work package to see how we are really going to solve these issues and what is really going to happen, when these activities somehow don't match these descriptions before. And first, like we saw that it looks very good and it's lots of good ideas and lots of great things are going to happen, but these great things are not coming out in this work package, and then we can't really see what is going to be done in a project. So don't forget project intervention logic. And of course, at this stage, it's important to decide how you are going to divide your project activities into work packages. So it can be like sometimes it's different processes, sometimes it's different themes, sometimes like for example, one work package is about research, second one is developing, let's say, some curricula, and third one is to piloting the same thing. For example, sometimes all the work packages are going on at the same time, like parallel. It depends really what kind of projects you are going to have. But it should be decided in the very beginning how you divide your activities into work packages. And of course, how many work packages you are going to have. As I said before, it's not very wise to have too many work packages, but of course, if a project is very logically divided into 10 work packages, it's not forbidden, but it should be really logical that why did you choose this kind of division. One way to divide work packages, which you have seen few times and which is not good actually, is that sometimes projects have divided work packages so that each partner have their work package, and this is not good actually, because we really expect that this is a cooperation project. Partners are working together, you are doing same things and developing things together. It's not so that Latvian partner is doing something in Latvia and then the Estonian partner is doing something in Estonia, Finnish partner is doing something in Finland. It should be really so that partners together are developing and then doing things together. It must become visible also from the work packages and activities. So this is just to remind about this project intervention logic, that it really has to be in mind all the time why you are doing this project and how it fits into our program logic. So these project challenges you have described already. You have chosen what kind of specific objective your project is contributing to. You know what kind of project results your project has to contribute as well. And when your project work plan, it must fit into this scheme, and your project activities and deliverables and outputs must support project results, and then your project must provide also the outputs which are foreseen for this specific objective. So this is also all the time it's wise to keep in mind that you are not going somewhere to other areas. And as said before, that we really expect that each project is supporting one specific objective, and it's not definitely necessary or useful that you are supporting 2 or 3 or 4 of them. It should really target to one specific objective and follow this logic and results and outputs. So a little bit about how this outputs and activities and deliverables, how they are going to be filled into the work packages. Here we have to follow this logic of our electronic monitoring system, which is a little bit difficult at this point, but so far all the projects have managed it, and I'm sure that you will as well, of course. So with activities and deliverables, this part is quite logical, of course. You will do activities and then you will get to some deliverables as a result of these activities. These outputs are, here it is meant the main achievements of a set of project activities. So in the beginning of each work package implementation, you will have a separate section for outputs. So first you should describe the main achievements you expect to get from these activities you will have in this work package. And you will describe in these separate boxes how these outputs are foreseen. Please try to separate so that these activities are separately and outputs are separately. Quite often again we have seen that the outputs are described like activities as well. The outputs should really be achievement and what we want to get there. It's if you have some activities like trainings or some other things, this is all activities and outputs should be kept separately. And it is possible to put quite many outputs in one work package, but it's not very advisable to make the number very big. It's good to keep this quite concrete and let's say 1 to 3 outputs per work package. It can be just one. It's most concrete in this way. And after these outputs, these project outputs, they have to be related to specific objective output indicators, and that you will choose from drop-down menu so that you can't describe yourself. That is what is foreseen in a programming document. So once you have chosen your specific objective, there is specific output indicator you have to follow and you have to contribute to. So you have to follow that output indicator and just explain how much your project is going to contribute to that output indicator. I try to show you that part later on because this is one part where lots of mistakes tend to happen. So going into very beginning of work package implementation, here of course you will choose again which partners are participating in this work package. It doesn't have to be so that if you have more partners, like 5 or 6 partners, it doesn't have to be so that each partner is participating in each work package. It can be so that 2 or 3 partners are doing one work package and then some other partners are doing another work package. You don't have to choose all partners in each work package. But of course, also keep in mind that you can't have these partners who are not participating in any work packages. This does not make sense as well, of course. So please choose here the partners who are really participating in that particular work package. And the responsible partner for particular work package, it can be somebody else. It doesn't have to be lead partner. It can be some other partner as well. So in a summary of work package implementation, it's about the same as I explained concerning work package management. So it is important that the description of a summary in a work package is quite concrete and it is understandable what and how and in which sequence you are going to do. There is no need to put anything anymore justifying here why it is necessary, always justifying and these kind of explanations these have been in the beginning part of a project, but here we really would like to see how and what and in which way you plan to do in a project. And also please indicate which partners are going to do what, because sometimes we have projects with several partners and it's really good to understand who is going to do what, because otherwise you will just choose the names of partners, but we don't know who is going to do what. Often projects have inside also decided that also concerning almost all activities, that who is going to do what kind of activities, and it is good to indicate these kind of things here also as much as you know, of course. If you don't know yet, then some things will be decided later, that is going to be added later. Okay, this is a picture about this output part, which I tried to explain. I'm not sure how much you can see, not so well. But the basic logic here is that it's going to be on this same horizontal line where first you will put your project output, so this achievement, what you will expect to get from this work package. When you have a separate box to describe this output, and then you have to link this project output to output indicator of this specific objective. Like here, for example, it's this number of new enterprises supported, so it's sometimes it might look that it's a little bit difficult to make this logical connection, but it has been done and it is possible to do. And it also so that sometimes if you need to put if you need to put more than one outputs for your work package, you can leave this output indicator part, you can leave it empty also. So if you have your project, for example, has to contribute to one output indicator by providing one, let's say, this tourist attraction, but you have several project outputs, so you put this one output indicator to one of your project outputs and leave the others as 0. That is totally fine. It's going to be one, yes, okay, here is this a little bit explaining this. So it's the program output indicator is number of joint attractions, and you plan in your whole project to contribute to one tourist attraction with all your project activities, but you have different work packages, and in some work packages you have more than one project output, so you will just leave some of them as 0 and just put this program output indicator choose just for this one most relevant output, project output. I promise it will look easier when you are going to really write it. Its description is getting not so concrete this way. Yes, but in your this implementation work package, when you go down here, you also choose target groups. There is going to be a separate section, work package target groups, and there is going to be a drop-down menu. So you will choose from this drop-down menu these relevant target groups which your project is going to be working with. You definitely don't have to choose all the target groups. There is quite a long list. You just choose these which are relevant for your project. In this section, you can't add any description. You will just choose which kind of target groups you foresee will benefit from your projects or which target groups you are going to work with. Yes, and here it's again explained about these outputs and output indicators. So because all of these output indicators were going to be added up, so it's please don't put these output indicators to each of project outputs if it's not relevant. But as it was with project with management work package, it's definitely the same, of course, with implementation work package. So all activities should be grouped in a logical way and also chronological order. Sometimes with activity plans and activity lists can be quite long. It might look confusing in the beginning, but actually we have found that during this implementation and reporting process, it's quite good to report if you have planned your activities quite precisely. And sometimes it's also like if activities are described very vaguely, it has happened also so that the project will come to us and ask, and what do you think we meant by that? And of course, we don't know what you meant by that. It's always good if you really describe what you plan to do there and how you plan to do it. It might be that we will come and ask what exactly is meant by certain activity. So it's not necessary to put here like everyday tasks, like somebody is talking to somebody or somebody is doing this bookkeeping all the time. It's these kind of things are not necessary in this implementation work package. Please put these activities which are really related to project content and which are these activities which are needed to achieve project results and outputs. Then of course each activity will have time, so you can put beginning and end time for each activity. It is good if you can organize activities so that there is in each reporting period is 6 months from your project beginning, but during this each 6 months period where some activities are beginning and ending also in the same period, so it is clear that with some activity happened in that period and you can also report about it. But of course it's not always realistic. Some activities last very short time, some activities last almost throughout the project whole period, but it is always wise to think about all these timelines still. I will show later on how this project time plan should ideally look. Of course, it's each project is different and there is no ideal project. But anyway, there are always activities. Some activity has to be started and finished before the next activity can start, and sometimes they are running parallel, and all these kind of things should be taken into consideration. And also practical thing that you can put these timelines, beginning and end dates for each activity, but you can't put different deadlines for different deliverables. So if you have one activity, you have this timeline, let's say 1 year, and during that timeline you might have separate deliverables. You might have like, I don't know, 3 trainings or 4 reports or something like this, but you can't put like with 3 or 4 different deadlines there. So if it is necessary, like you foresee that during 1 year you are going to have 3 trainings, you can just explain it in the activity box. So you and also we will get the idea what was really planned and what we are going to look for during a reporting. But it is definitely good to avoid these kind of activities which will start in the beginning of project and which will end at the very end of project. So as I said, there can be sometimes something like this which is really going on for a very long time, but in most cases it is possible to divide activities into smaller activities which have concrete beginning and end dates. So yes, and please put each activity separately, meaning again that you will not, please don't put on one line like training, seminars and conferences, and then when during this 3rd or 4th reporting period nobody will remember anymore did you mean conference or training or seminar, and then what should be reported or implemented. So if you have different activities, please put them on different lines in this application form. And also this closure period, so here it comes very concrete. So all activities must end with 3 months before a project very end. And of course we understand that there is some like home page is still on and everything like this, but no cost can be made after 3 months before end of a project. And now I am getting to communication white package. So this one is necessary only for regular projects. If you are going to have a small projects, you don't even have this section in your application form because you have chosen a small project. But regular projects, you must fill in this communication white package also. It looks a little bit different because there are some standard project objectives and communication objectives are given there, but basically it will look the same. That you will have a summary part where you describe the overall activities, what you foresee for project communication. And please, as I said before, please remember here that here we mean only these communication activities which are going from your project to public or your target groups or outside your project. If you have meetings and things between the project partners, this is already described in a management white package. But these are all activities which are meant to promote the project and then to promote your results and all these kind of things. So yes, it's definitely necessary to plan concrete communication measures for project target groups. This has also happened quite often when we read these applications, we have to ask questions that but how do you reach your target group, or is it realistic to provide these kind of communication measures, and how do you plan to communicate your project results? So it's very wise to think about these things in advance. The same thing as everywhere, please describe separate activities separately. So again, like, please don't put all conferences or all seminars, conferences, and some other activities on one line. Put them separately, and it is going to be much clearer for all of us. And yes, as said, this closure period applies here as well. Quite often it is so that these communication activities, and it's somehow we do understand that it is logical that you need to communicate things what you have done, and of course the results are coming at the end, and you feel that you need to do this communication a little bit later, but all these things should be thought about beforehand, and if you need to do it so that it's just these other activities have to end a little bit earlier, even earlier than 3 months before project end, and when you will have some time for communication activities. But of course they should go on throughout this project lifetime also, not at the very end only. Then we are having work package investment. As said before, a work package investment goes only for these projects which really have investments. So not all of projects, but if you have some investment, you must describe it in work package investment, and you must choose this one. So here are questions about the summary again. Of course, it should be described what kind of investments and why you are going to do it. Justification, why it is necessary. Where this investment is going to be located, because it's something which is going to be somewhere. Then what kind of risks are associated with investments. Investment documentation, what kind of documents you have already, what kind of documents you need. And ownership, because all these investments are going to be owned by some organization. And when you are filling in this work package investment, please give us this as detailed as possible description, what kind of investments and why do you need, how this investments is related to project activities. It should be always so that you are doing a project because there is some need or some challenge, and this investment is needed for project, not so that you need to make some investment, and when you try to organize a project around that one, the project investment must be necessary for project. And yes, of course, this justification has to be needed. It's not so that somebody wants to buy something. It really has to be relevant. It has to be necessary for project activities. Also about this technical documentation. Practically always there is some technical documentation is necessary for investments. It can be related to buildings or procurements or whatever kind of things, different permissions might be needed. So please give us a description what kind of documentation is needed, because we don't always know what kind of documentation is needed in each country. And also if you already have some of these documents, sometimes it's a case that some documents you can only apply for later on, but if you already have documents, we should be attached here as well if documents are ready already. So yes, that was about the investment work package, and then it's example picture of how this time plan should look like. You don't have to fill this time plan separately. It comes automatically once you have filled in all activities into your work packages. This kind of picture you will see when you click on work plan in your project application. So then you will see how your project activities will look, and also it's good sometimes to just check with logical sequence that if you plan to have some research and something else and then some piloting and maybe at the very end to some more conclusions or some other things, so it's good to check here if all these activities really are in this logical sequence or did something went to wrong place. And as you can see here, it is very advisable to have activities which are very concrete in very different reporting periods, but of course we understand that there are sometimes activities which are ongoing and you don't have to artificially start splitting these. It's understandable, but it just has to be explained what is happening and how you are implementing and also like measuring and reporting these activities. Because right now we are working with lots of reports already, and it is really complicated if some activity is going on for a very long time and the project is reporting that everything is going according to plan, but when we have difficulties to provide any deliverable or evidence and what is actually happening, because it's some very big and very long thing going on for 2 years, and it's during these first 6 months is quite hard to say what exactly was a deliverable or a result of this activity already. So, and then there are some other parts of a work plan. First with target groups. If you remember, I mentioned that there is a section under each work package where you can choose target groups from drop-down menu, but you can't describe anything more where you will just choose the target groups. There is a separate section for target groups, and here these target groups which you have clicked in any of the work packages, these appear here, and here you can add description and target value for a target group. So for example, if you choose local public authorities, you know that you are going to have contacts with some public authorities. You are going to provide them something or do some cooperation work. So you will describe here what do you mean by this target group if you you foresee that these local municipalities are going to benefit from your project results, for example, and you put this target value like how many do you foresee that you will reach at the end. Please try to be here as everywhere, of course, quite realistic, because it's also going to be in reporting, and it's also we have seen already quite some times that if it's not clear what kind of target groups or what way did you plan to involve in project activities or how they will benefit from a project, it's quite difficult to describe it later in reporting how many and then which way did you reach. So it's please try to be realistic here and don't put huge numbers like 20,000 people participated somewhere. It's very difficult later on to make sure did they really participate and how and where and so on. So definitely choose target groups, definitely plan activities, but please be realistic here. Yes, under the same work plan section you also have reporting periods. As I mentioned, these reporting periods were normally calculated automatically. So once you have inserted your project beginning and end date, these 6 months periods are going to be calculated automatically. So it's going to be 6 months from the beginning of your project. So it's not so that all the projects are going to report at the end of June and at the end of December, but it really depends when your project is starting and from where these 6 months periods are starting, and you are going to report according to that. In case you changed anything about project end or beginning dates, in that case you should go to this section reporting periods and then click recalculate periods, because otherwise otherwise the system doesn't realize that you are having a new dates there. And yes, I have here also a section activities outside the program area. This section might be transferred to under budget, but I will explain it because it during this previous project it used to always be under this work plan. So activities outside program area, it is allowed to have some activities outside program area. For example, you need to go to study visit or you need to go to do some business activities somewhere outside program area. And here we really mean outside program area. It's not only if you go to England, it's also if you go to different part of Sweden, which is not our program area. So these kind of activities should be described in project application. And if something like this happens later on, then it must be communicated and must be agreed beforehand. So we all the time we presume that all activities in our projects are happening inside the program area. But as said, if you need to have some activities outside a program area, it is okay, but it must be described here. And also it must be indicated how much money will be used outside program area. Under this sums you don't calculate the travel cost. So that means that the biggest cost which you normally will have regarding this activities outside program area, that means travel cost and accommodation cost, these don't go under the cost outside program area. But if you buy something or you need to, for example, pay the conference fee somewhere outside program area, that is going to be a cost outside program area, and that has to be indicated. So I think I went through all these parts which I wanted to explain. Do you have any questions? Or otherwise I will try to show you a little bit about how this EMS and how this application form looks in real life when you're going to fill it in, because you can't right now you can't see this because application is not open yet. It will be open beginning of January only when a call for application will open. And then of course it is wise to go into this electronic monitoring system, have a look how it looks, and register your project already so you can see what kind of boxes and what kind of information is going to be asked there. And then you can save your project there, you can just leave it like this and you can go back and forth and then you can continue filling it in. But it's really wise to go in quite early and then just check what kind of information is asked. Otherwise when you go in quite late before this call is going to be closed, it might be complicated because we ask for something and that you don't have it in hand right away. So it's good to be prepared. So now, if I remember now. I was out quite some time, so it takes some time to get back. Where am I? So basically, this is the picture you will see in this electronic monitoring system once you have registered. So project number, of course, it comes automatically. You will get this automatically created number for your project, and you start filling in all these different parts. So right now we are in project summary. All these overviews and names, you will just fill in all the boxes which are foreseen, and it's also indicated here how big is a limit for text here. So as I said that sometimes it feels like you want to say much more, and then with 2,000 characters it's not enough, and then you have so much more to explain. But please keep inside these limits, and please don't put these long attachments to us, because we really don't have time to read all these attachments, and it's a whole steering committee who has to assess your project, so they don't also have time to read all the attachments. Information must be in application form. So when it was a partner, now I got left out. As I said, you can go back to your projects, but it's the system signs you out at some point if it's left open for too long time. So a partner, you are going to have this list of partners here. I have just put two for example here, and for adding new partner you click here, add new partner, and then you will have this whole page where you will fill in all this partner information here. One part which I explained was this abbreviation part, so this was this important thing which you definitely need, even if your partner has relatively short name and it looks like you don't need any abbreviation, still needs to be filled in. And then of course these quite simple questions like what kind of organization, where are you located, who is a representative, and who is a contact person. So this contact person is going to be the person to whom we are going to send our information if we need to contact a project. So that's important to put here, this person who is really going to be involved in a project. And yes, all these kind of questions I touched before: main competencies, benefit, experience. So you will just add all the partners from this section. We haven't limited the number of partners, but we have indicated in program manual that if you have more than 10 partners, then we will most likely ask some justification why do you have so many partners, because we know that it's international project. It's not going to be very easy to manage all this. We understand that sometimes you need lots of partners, and then each of them brings different value and different experience. But still, if you have less partners, it's much easier to manage and organize and report and everything. So that should be kept in mind. So project description, that was a part Ülari explained before. So it's again all these drop-down menus, and you will get to a new page and you will fill in all the boxes which are going to be open. If you are filling in a first step application for regular project, some boxes are not going to be open and some boxes are not going to be even visible. But everywhere you can write, please write there. And here is this work plan I was just explaining about. So since I haven't filled in my example project, it looks like this at the moment, and it's a small project, so I don't have this communication work package here. But basically the list looks like this. You can go to work packages and then you will fill in information. So here it is choosing the partners, and as it was management work package, all partners should be chosen. Summary, and when you start filling in activities. Deliverable, this is quite logically described here. The picture might be jumping a little bit, but once you start filling in your own activities, it's going to look quite logical. And as I said, sometimes this activity list might be very long, but it's totally fine, and it is not limited, just that it is logical and it is relevant for your project. And yes, as I said, this deliverable must be added to each activity. So otherwise it's activity and we don't know what is going to happen at the end of this activity. It's important that each activity has deliverable. And to go to different work packages, it's always to go back to this list of work packages. So this picture comes again. And you can choose with already existing work packages, or you can, like here, for example, add new implementation work package. So new work package will be created for you. You will put the name of a work package and choose which partners are participating, and when start filling in all this summary. Yes, here it's this project output now. So here is your own project output. What you want to achieve in your project, with more room for description, what kind of output it is and why it is necessary. But it's not activity, it's output. And here you will choose this output indicator which is relevant. It's usually there is only one output indicator. You can't go around and choose too many, but in some specific objectives, if there happen to be 2 or even 3, so then you have to choose from these, but you can't choose from very long list here. And yes, as I said, if you have more outputs, you don't have to put this output indicator to each of them. So you will leave some of them, you will put the number, how many you will achieve, and to some you can leave as 0. So that is okay. You will just fill in project output and description, and you will leave empty this output indicator for program. So yes, target groups. What was at the very end, what I explained. I haven't chosen target groups. So first, in implementation work package, there is a drop-down menu to choose. To choose target groups, you can choose as many as relevant, but really please choose which are relevant. Don't choose just general public and then just put something where if you don't do any communication or any other activities for general public, you don't have to choose this one. Choose just these which are relevant for your project. So I chose some of his target groups to just show you, and then you can add description under this work plan and target groups, and then you get to this place where you can explain what are you going to do with these target groups, how we are going to be involved in a project, and don't forget to put here this target value as well, of course, because it's going to be in reporting, and it has to be quite concrete here. Always save, definitely. Those who have worked with electronic monitoring system, you know that its saving is very important, that if you go from one page to another, it doesn't save automatically. So if you have this save at the end of page, use this one or use this save button. Otherwise, if you click between pages, you will just lose your information there. So please save all the time. And yes, reporting periods was here. So it's normally you will have, I haven't filled it in, but normally we'll have this these 6 months periods here, and then if you have changed something, just click this recreate periods, and then it will just give you new calculated reporting periods, but you don't have to do anything else here. So I have finished with what I plan to tell about, mostly about partner and work plan part. Do you have any questions so far, or does it look very complicated, or what's your feeling? But of course, once you are going to fill it in, you can still all the time you can ask us for assistance, or if you have some concrete questions. If you have project idea or you have concrete questions right now, you can ask already now. You can find all our contact data from our homepage. You can ask about project idea, is it suitable, is it not suitable, what do we think about it. And once you start filling in your project application, you can still contact us during this process. Of course, we can't read your whole application and say that now it's all good and everything is fine now. But if you start filling in and you have questions about certain box or certain part and you are not sure what to put there or is it enough or is it relevant there, you can still contact us and ask these kind of things. Or if you have some technical issues where you don't know how to go from one place to another, please contact us and ask us. And as I said, also during this filling in application process, we can still help you and assist you. Of course, once you have submitted your application form, then after that we can't tell you our opinion or anything anymore when we start reading and assessing your applications. But during the process, we can still help you in filling in and making your applications. So, but if there are no questions right now, I think we should go for coffee break, because we can't start a new section, because we know that some people are looking at us online, and we wouldn't want to start a new section because some people might want to come to hear about budget issues exactly when it was foreseen in agenda. But if we take a break now and then we come back, Ivo, do you have agenda? 3:30. It's about half an hour for coffee break. And coffee break is outside here, like it was in the morning. So thank you, and welcome back soon for hearing about budget issues.
Good afternoon. Let's continue with our seminar, the last part of it. My name is Ivo Volt. I'm responsible mainly for transportation priority in the program, priority 3. But today I try to guide you a little bit about planning the budget for the project application. As a start, some few more general issues when you starting your budget. You have described already your ideas and needs and problems and thought about work plan and partners, and basically that's the main important thing of your project. Now the last small thing is to find finances for that and planning money for your activities, what you have planned. And of course, main thing as in all other topics and the program itself, again, result orientation, so the budget should be planned and meant for also so that you can achieve the results what you need to achieve. And of course, budget should be in coherence with your activities. Everything you plan to do probably needs some kind of resources. Don't plan other finances for something what you haven't planned as an activity. And of course, it means that you should be realistic in terms of all activities and budget and on the amounts of the budget as well. So don't push or put too much air on your budget. Think realistically about the costs in your country, in your partner's country, and plan the budget accordingly. Be realistic, but in some time also think in a way that it is really enough what you are planning, that you won't lack of resources in the middle of the implementation, for example. What I mean if I mention that don't put much air on the budget, we are looking for the budget about proportions by partners and in different countries, and we evaluate is it realistic. So if you plan, for example, salaries for your staff, then you should calculate it in the realistic level of current country, that you can't plan same salary levels for Finland and Sweden and Latvia, Estonia, for example. The price levels and salary levels are different, so you should think about what is the real situation in that country and also real situation in that organization, what is your project partner. So we are looking at the planned amounts. If it seems to us that you have planned too high expenses for something, then we will ask questions, and if the plan is not well described or explained, then we ask to decrease the budget in second step or during the assessment period. But yes, really, another thing is that to plan it as it will be sufficient. in some cases, maybe we have seen that that salary has been planned in very, very detailed level, and after first year already some kind of national legislation change or collective agreement salary level changes have taken place, and organization is lacking resources, so you need to calculate some kind of reserve there, but not just big amounts. It's of course advisable to involve your organization's financial expert in budget planning to be sure that all details have been planned, and I mean different additional taxes or another specific rules of accounting or whatever that financial person would keep an eye on it as well, and it won't be a bad surprise later during the implementation. As we give out public resources, then public procurement rules apply to our projects and to costs you do and services and products you buy. And it's according to the national rules and EU regulations also, and you need to keep it in mind. In the application form, there is a place where you should tick the VAT. The VAT is eligible if your organization cannot get it back on some means. So just be sure also that you make clear for yourself what's your organization's VAT status, and if it gets it back, then it's not eligible for us. If organization does not get it back, then it's eligible, and you can plan it in the budget. The budget is so-called three-dimensional. There are different budget lines. There are project reporting periods and, of course, work packages. So you need to divide your budget according to that you show what resources you will use in different reporting periods and for what kind of activities, what are marked in work packages. And important thing, how you calculate your budget, in the same way you should report it later on. So in some cases, we also you need to show the calculation method. How did you get to that planned amount? Or sometimes if it's not clear for us, we may ask it. And if you explain it sufficiently, then but later on when reporting, the same calculation method should be used. And we don't have such a line that costs something else or not unforeseen or something like that. So all costs that you plan must be related to planned activities. And to put it on a kind of graphical way, at first you have work plan already. Now you need to plan your resources, including different materials, people, equipment, and transfer it to money and and then you get costs and later on allocations. So quite simple, shouldn't be very difficult, but let's go on. You know that we support partly your projects. The RDF amount what we can give is for Finnish and Swedish partners 75%, Estonian Latvian partners 85%, the rest of his project and partners they own self co-financing. Why it's important here on the application, it doesn't go automatically. You need to mark it yourself, I mean choose or 75 or 85. So that's it's on the section of partners where you give partners information and where he's from. There you will mark this co-financing percentage as well. So in our program, both public and private, one coming back here, these 25 or 15% of co-financing, it's the partner's own contribution. In Finland, we have a bit better situation for Finnish partners. They can apply for additional national funding. So if Finnish partners are here and you would be interested in it, then this you can apply it from Varsinainen Suomen Liitto, and you can get more detailed information contacting Mr. Ville Roslaka. And so it means that from that 25% what partners should pay themselves, something can be covered nationally in Finland. Unfortunately, we don't have all the similar possibilities in other countries. And yes, both private and public partners are eligible, and it means also this public and private contribution is accepted. And it's also in application and in attachments. In some cases, you need to mark or say, write what is private, how much is private funding, how much is public funding. Here we mean, and here we ask, really the same, this 25 or 15% part. If, for example, private company is partner, but he gets from some public funding, something, no, like in this Finnish case, for example, then you just divide that 25%, showing how much is public and private. Point here is that we don't ask this 85 or 75, this ERDF, that is not what you should show as a public funding. It's public anyway, but it's our part of the project. So if you have your own contribution from different sources, then you need to show it. Is it public or private? And this last line here, partner contribution statement, so it's one of these additional documents what needs to be attached to the application, and that's the where you show what is the private or public contribution in your project. So first step, budget planning here. Now, as you know, we have two-step application procedure. We have small projects and regular projects, and for these regular projects there are two steps, and then this step what will be open in January. It's first step, and there you don't give full information about the budget, only indicative total numbers. And in that first step application, you show indicative partners, partner budgets, total project budget, the ERDF number, and if you plan investments, then approximate amount of investment as well, and staff cost. So in this, what we'll have then, we have total budget. It is divided into staff cost, investment costs, and then per partners. Per partners, you don't need to divide it separately as staff cost for that partner, or investment cost for that partner. This is just related with the first step application, and small projects who fill in full application right away, they of course need to fill everything in, and it doesn't relate it to them, to this. But next slides are already about the full application, so it applies for small projects right away, and for regular project in second step. So in the budget, there are 7 different budget lines listed here: staff costs, office and administration, travel and accommodation, external expertise and services, equipment, infrastructure and works, and net revenue. And going into details of each of them, starting with staff costs, already I mentioned that the salaries should be comparable in the country and in the organization. And what is needed to divide the staff cost according to the work packages and reporting period as well. Who was involved in the first step application or first call, then we didn't stress it, and we got applications where very often the staff cost was just total number for the whole project, and it wasn't divided, and it turned out that in the reporting it's basically impossible to follow and compare how the project develops and what they have done or how much have spent. So it's possible, but very, very difficult. So try to plan it from the beginning already. That of course you can't predict it up to every hour or every euro, but in general you should plan your workload throughout the project period. So it should be done. And from the screen, it's probably not very well visible, but on your handouts you can see this text box from the EMS, what is staff cost, how this staff cost should be written down on this budget line. So we want to see the name of the position of the worker, workload, like here is shown. One project manager is 100% workload, financial manager 25% workload, and planned monthly salary, and in addition to that, it is called co-efficiency, all these employment taxes, what needs to be paid in your country, and it's slightly different in different countries, but it's approximately there, around 30-35% what comes on top of the total monthly cost, monthly salary of the employer. So if you add this, so you should add or must have add this, because this all these taxes are eligible as well. So here we want to see the total staff cost for the employer. And staff cost is a little bit tricky because there are different possibilities how to calculate, how to plan your staff cost, and basically 4 different options are foreseen: full-time, part-time with fixed percentage, part-time with flexible number of hours, and hourly base. So to plan and understand it, again, take and read the program manual, and especially about that staff cost. So program manual, page 77, 78, here are the tables and is description of how to calculate the different case of this work calculation. And you need to choose one of these what is suitable for your organization, and you need to keep on it during the implementation as well. And it must be done and calculated exactly this way how it's written here, because it comes from European Commission. It's not something that invented by us in the program, and it's set in this way. And if you find some seems a bit strange or unlogical or doesn't suit to your organization, then don't use it. Use these what you understand, what your organization uses, and keep going on that. But to try to little bit to open that issue, easiest case, of course, is that the person works for you full time, 100% of working time, and there is a monthly salary for her or him. The gross salary, you add this other employment costs, and you will get the amount you need to pay him and budget in the budget. And in that case, also no timesheet is needed during the reporting, so person works fully for you, and everything is fixed and clear. Second option, person works for you as part-time and the percentage is fixed. So let's say he or she works 50% or 25%, and you calculate the salary in a way that you divide this gross salary according to that fixed percentage and get the amount. In the application on the budget line, you show still that full-time salary. Like in this first case, 100% work time and monthly salary 3,500. Here, the monthly salary is 3,200. It would be as he worked for full time, but as he works on 25%, then in the section where you show the full cost of it, then you calculate it. Basically, you divide it with 4, of course. We just need to see what is the what would be expected full monthly salary. And again, timesheets are no needed, and in the reports you use this fixed percentage, what is set in the contract, and that's it. So now we came to this third option, what is or may cause some difficulties in understanding, and general advice has been that if you don't need, and if your organization hasn't used that kind of calculations, then better not to use it. If it's still needed, you can do it, but then going according to this guidance, what is here, and basically the question is how you calculate the hourly rate. That's the thing. So if you can or you should use that kind of calculation method when you really want to show, and you know that in first is not good example, that in the middle of the project you don't need services or work of that person, but in I don't know, in third, fourth month, and then sixth, eighth month, you need something from her or him, and in some months he doesn't work for you at all, then it's probably needed to show it this way. And now you need to select here two possibilities how to select this rate for this hour. And one is based on so now already I stuck myself. So So if in your contract, in your work contract, is fixed the number of hours what normally person works in month, then you will calculate the hourly rate according to that. Ville, can you help me further? It's not connected with yearly hours, right? Yeah. Maybe I will go to the next one, then I get on the track because another option is that the hourly rate is calculated on annual gross employment cost. So if the you know, and it is fixed that for last year the person got, for example, 10,000 euros as gross for the year, and you can use that kind of calculation that you divide this 1,000 euro with fixed hours, number of hours, what is 1,720 hours per year. It is some kind of unified general number of hours, work hours given by European Commission, and you can divide your gross salary with that number and you will get hourly rate. And then now if you plan that that person will work for your project 200, 300 hours, you just multiply that number of hours with the hourly rate what you got from dividing annual salary with this number of hours. If you think about in practical way, then in Estonia and Latvia, people work more yearly than this 1,700 hours. So it somehow the hourly rate would come a bit higher. But again, this thing is you can use it in this way that you really should be able to show that persons or person working on similar position in your organization, his or her previous year gross salary, and then you can find out the hourly rate in that way. And going back to this first one, this is connected with hourly working hours. So it means that in your work contract, the number of hours what you usually work for the organization should be mentioned, shown in the contract, and then you divide it with you divide planned gross salary with this number of hours, and you will get hourly rate. Practical problem what we have seen that usually this number of hours is not shown in contracts. There is usual thing is that there is 40 hours per week or something like that. But of course, if you really somehow for some reasons want to use that way of calculating hourly base. You can, of course, signing the contract with the person, you can add that information in that contract, and then you can get this correct rate for that person in your project. In these cases, of course, work time needs to be reported, and timesheets need to be kept and presented with reports. And last option is hourly basis. Person is employed for some hours and with some hourly rate, and also then the timesheet is needed, and work hours for the project need to be reported. And here these taxes are already should be calculated in this this hourly rate, not added as it was in first two cases. So, but yes, please look carefully the manual, read the descriptions, and if it's further questions, then contact us, and we try to explain and find good solution for your project. So one thing in application, again probably from your printout you see a little bit better the same thing what I was talking now. Is it full-time, is it part-time, that you need to show. In the budget line there were positions and rates, and then if you go in, there are these small marks where you can go into details of different small box on each budget line. There you find a box where you select what kind of work contract and calculation method you use. Is it full-time, is it part-time, hourly basis? So you should mark it there. So the heading of this small box is unit type, and actually the box opens for all budget lines. It opens for travel, it opens for equipment, so on. In other work packages, in other budget lines, you don't need to select this unit type. You need to select this unit type only for staff costs. And as what was mentioned already in the beginning, that calculation method, what you have chosen, you need to follow during the project, that you won't change it in the middle of reporting period or something like that. Of course, there might be changes in working contracts, and then you should inform us and explain what needs to be done differently, and then maybe the calculation method is needed to change as well, but not in this way that you start project in first 2 months with one calculation method, and somehow in third or fourth month you have paid him in different way. It can't be like that. So next, budget line, office and administration. It is calculated automatically. It is a flat rate, and it comes from staff costs. So all total staff cost what you have planned. From that you will get 15% for your office and administration costs, and you don't need to plan and calculate it somehow separately. It means that you don't need to report them exactly either. Just look from the manual what cost items fall under this flat rate. And of course, the same thing that you can't plan these cost items that fall under the flat rate on other budget lines either. For example, some general accounting or electricity or rent of the room. These are meant to pay from this 15% of flat rate, so you can't plan it separately on other budget lines. And again, one practical tip, if you fill in the staff costs, there on a left side up there is a place where you need to mark this 15%, calculate 15%, and if you make changes in your staff costs, then definitely remember to mark it, do a recalculation of this flat rate. So otherwise, if you first day you have inserted maybe 2 budget lines for staff, and then it calculated for you some, I don't know, 10,000 euros for flat rate, and then next days you add some other budget lines and haven't recalculated it, it stays still the same 10,000. You need to, before finalizing the budget, after final staff cost inserting, you need to recalculate, and it's correct. Third budget line is travel and accommodation. Here you can, as the name is, plan travel and calculation, travel and accommodation costs, including visa costs, daily allowances for your project staff, not other people. And of course, these travels should be related to the project, of course. It is possible to travel outside the program area as well, as we have priorities where main activities should take place in other areas. So it is allowed, and you just need to mention it as well, that you are planning activities in these or these countries or markets, and also there is a place where mark all costs, not only travel and accommodation, but all activities or costs outside the program area. As Bill already told, this preparation cost is meant for every approved project in amount of 10,000 euros ERDF. It has been agreed, and its requirement from us is that you add this preparation cost on the travel and accommodation budget line. It is just advice from us, because there is no other logical place in the budget in EMS where to put it. So you call that sub-budget line lump sum preparation cost, and you write there the total number, this 10,000 ERDF, this your co-financing goes on top of that, so it's somewhere depending on origin of partners, again Finland or Sweden or Latvia or Estonia, so it's somewhere from 11,000 something to 13,000 something. I think the exact number was 13,333 and 3.3 or 33 cents or something like that. So you need to calculate it. And of course it's according, as Pille said, that would you like to divide it between partners or not. So it comes here. And this small box here on the bottom, no, and about this additional information, you don't need to select any unit here. Unit type is not needed. Yeah. External expertise and services, next budget line. So here are the costs you plan to buy from outside, from people or companies that don't work for you, as some consultancy expertise or works, services for delivering something, catering, research, studies, or something like that. You need to procure that kind of services if the planned cost is according to the procurement rules. And please don't forget that if you order some external services from external experts, the whole cost of that service and that expert must be calculated on that budget line, including his or her travel if it's needed, something like that. So you can't plan experts' travel on the previous travel and accommodation budget line. This travel and accommodation budget line was for your staff and directly your target group. If you buy services outside, then he or she gives his price and he needs to calculate all costs already in that cost. So it means that if you procure it, then in the procurement document you should mark it as well that the cost or price should include all your cost what you're planning, and he or she ask for that, and after the invoices will come with including all that kind of costs. The last line, a sentence here about investments. Under the investment will go really works and investments. If connecting to these investments is needed some planning work where you need some external expertise as well, that external expertise you include also here. Not in investment or infrastructure budget line. And what brought us to the next budget line, external expertise and services. Or continuing with external expertise and services. please keep in mind that subcontracting and paying invoices between project partners is not allowed. So you buy external expertise from outside the project, not from your partners. If your project partner has experience to do that work, it's his part, his input to the project, and that's what he does. If you need something extra, that you get outside. And actually it's quite often question for us as well why some organization has been selected as a partner in the project. It seems, or organizations felt that I know some organization who has very good expertise on the field what I need, and they invited him as a partner. Probably it's not right way how to plan your partnership. You just buy that kind of services in as external expertise. Of course, you can't guarantee 100% that you can buy it from that organization, because public procurement thing is, and then maybe some other organizations give the similar service, but anyway, that's one of the ideas here. In Finland, first level control, FLC, is bought from the market, so it's decentralized, and you need to plan cost for that as well. So probably Finns know it, but if lead partners are from other countries, Estonia, Latvia, then remember that you need to plan that kind of cost for Finnish partners as well. So all reports go through FLC, and it is bought from the market, and they need to pay for that. It is eligible, so you need to plan it in the budget. In other countries, Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, this work is done by national organizations and doesn't cost extra. And if you see that you have you see how much or predict how much your expertise price could be, if they are more than 5,000, then put them on different sub-budget lines. So not just one budget line, external expertise for 50,000, then it's not enough. If it's really one kind of work and one kind of external expertise, it might be with that price as well. Just explain it that you are planning to buy one type of service, and that's it. But if you already know that you have 3, 4, 5 different ones, each let's say 10,000, then list them separately in sub-budget lines. Equipment, you can purchase some equipment for implementation of the project itself. Of course, you can buy equipment what is really needed as a project main result. If you buy some office equipment for implementation, then quite typical things are computers or laptops, then calculated this way that it is for implementing the project, and if a person works 100% for the project and computer is for him, then it can be paid, supported from us fully. If he works only 25%, then according rate is eligible for the piece of equipment as well. And don't plan more expensive computers than 1,000 euro. And if you plan some phones, mobile phones, then 500 euros. We have set limits. If these are that kind of for regular project management tasks, these limits. If your project needs some more complicated, more expensive computer for doing some kind of analysis, measurements, whatever things, what are really main focus of your project, then you can plan it more expensive as well, but just explain it already in the application, or we will ask justification for that, for what you would need that. And again, just for remember that you don't, in this additional information field, you don't need to mention this unit type either. Again, this unit type was only for staff cost. But what you need to do to show it the period, in what period you are planning to do that expenditure. So infrastructure and works, we can support some infrastructure things as well. Mainly, so far, they have been in priority 3 transportation projects and also some tourism attraction developments. And you can plan here the construction, renovation, site preparation, installation, what things and works needs to be done to do that infrastructure. And also if there are different objects, then again show it differently, not just one line that some infrastructure, but if you, especially if you probably do it by procurement, then different procurements, how much you predict that each work and investment will cost by the one procurement process. So I went over from one slide because in the budget, in the application, last budget line is net revenue. What is relevant in these cases where you know that as a result of the project you will earn something, that you will sell something what was produced or worked out during the project, or you will charge for some services from project result, then that needs to be reported and of course planned. And what this means in practice, that this net revenue needs to be paid back, so you can't earn profit from that project result if you earn something, get some service charges if it goes fully for covering costs of that thing, then it is allowed. So basically, the profit part of you would pay back, but it's not very relevant or very usual. So it's better not to plan such things. But if it's case, then of course you should do it and report us and or consult us beforehand maybe, and then we can guide you further. And now going back, what is not a budget line as such, but a relevant issue about state aid, the support what we give the organization can be considered as state aid in these cases if the organization has some economic activity, if as a result of our support this company will get economic advantage, if there is effect on competition and trade. And the thing is that it doesn't apply only to private organizations, but to public as well. So everybody, municipality as well, if the activity what we are supporting falls under these three conditions, then it considered as a state aid and calculated for municipality or public organizations as well. We use the minimis regulation, what means that we can give 200,000 euros ERDF calculated on a period of 3 years. So usually we don't have any budget limits, but this is the only case where some kind of limit may rise. For example, so far it's mainly in priority 3 again, for example, small ports. Basically it means that we can't support a small port more than 200,000, but what is goes for real investments and infrastructure and works and construction. So if you develop that kind of thing, so this de minimis aid sets some limits. Again, if you think that where state aid might be case as well is priority 1, where small enterprises are supported. So it's again the place where maybe the state aid is relevant, and it's good to contact us and get advice from project managers beforehand already. So there is a possibility to apply for lump sums. So lump sum is something where you plan to do some similar events in several times, and for example, most easiest case is training. You plan to organize 3 training courses during the project, and you have there similar cost items: renting the room, coffee breaks, biscuits, some handouts, something like that. And you can plan it in the budget as lump sum, showing us how much each this cost item costs in what you think it will cost, and saying that, okay, we will organize 3 seminars, all in all for 50,000 euros, for example, you need to show, fill in the template where you mention for what you are planning that, what activities you have, how you calculated that cost, and basically that's it. Why it's good? It's good for that you don't need to report us later each cost item of what were connected with organizing of that training seminar. So you just report that you organized 3 seminars, you had so many participants, you show the number of participants beforehand in this application as well, of course. And if you fulfill that, then you will get this 50,000. And if your real costs were a little bit less, then you let's say, earn something. But we don't care about it. Or vice versa, if you spend a little bit more, we still pay you 50,000. Tricky thing is that if you won't get the result you planned with this activity, so if you said in the planning that you will have 50 participants, but in reality you had 49, you don't get anything. So, so you need to fulfill the result, what you want to get with these activities, what you planned as lump sums, and then you will get it. Again, what is not comfortable for projects with it is that that can be paid out only after all these activities what are planned in the lump sum have been done. So if your project is 2 years and then you plan each period 1 seminar, then you will get this money only in the end of the project. So it's not wise to plan lump sum for very long periods, so you can't the money back. So, but if you have, let's say, in 2 periods similar events, maybe then it's somehow reasonable. But it's again, there are pluses and minuses. You need to calculate it by yourself and think that is it worth to do or not, or is it just easier to report these different cost items and that's it. So, and in general, almost in the end, just again few practical tips. I was talking already about this contribution, that public and private in the application, in this source of each partner's contribution. You need to consider that if here you okay, my colleagues say that people in offices don't hear me. I take another microphone. So if you select public or private contribution, then you fill in these amounts here, and it is important that lower here, where let me see what was the the total amount and total target value of partner contribution. These amounts must be exactly same. So when you fill in manually these boxes, then don't forget to check that these are match with each other. And there in the application, of course, appear different other tables as well. This project budget overview, it is calculated by the system automatically when you have filled in the amounts in sub-budget lines or budget lines, then all the general picture will appear. It was again about this staff cost. This here you needed to mark the unit type, and here on the from your hand on left hand side you can find this pencil. If you click on that pencil, then this additional box will open and you show this unit type and total amount here. And this is the same box what opens under this pencil, and for other budget lines than staff cost, you just fill in this total per period. So I finished the budget part. I have some more information about the procedure. What is important as well, so attachments, what you need to add to your application. For regular projects, first step, it means 27th of February, you need to add only letters of intent. So each partner signs a letter of intent where basically states that partner is interested in of that project if it's will be successful, and that's it. All other documents are for second step, I mean for full application, and for small projects right away, of course. Letter of intent is not needed for small project and second step. So what is needed is confirmation letter. This is only document what needs to be sent us on paper, signed with the original signature. So please keep in mind and don't forget confirmation letter signed and sent by us by regular mail, only paper document. And it must be sent before the close of the call, or the post stamp must be at least latest day of this call. So better send it out a few days before. So partner contribution statement where partners show again their interest and guarantee the amounts what they would contribute to the project, and document that proves that the person has right to sign the documents. That is also needed from the lead partner. Confirmation letter, of course, is sent also by lead partner. And other attachment are that kind what you need to decide or find out yourself, that is it relevant for your project or not. A declaration of financial capacity to undertake project activities. It applies for NGOs and small companies. Template for lump sum if you used lump sum in your budget. De minimis declarations from partners if you think your project may fall under the state aid regulation. Verification of jurisdiction and role of partners located outside program area. In some cases it may happen that program, that organization is outside of the program area in North Sweden or North Finland, for example, but main activities are in our program area, then some kind of documents need to be sent to approve that that main activity is still in our program area, and then it's eligible. And supporting documents for investments that if there are needed some construction permits or planning permits or some drawings or something like that, it depends on case by case, may vary, and basically what we want to be sure that you have right to do that investment on that planned location, and that kind of things you should send us and try to convince us, but of course it's again that kind of specific issue that we can give advice it later. So Bill already mentioned that don't attach big additional documents because the application is evaluated as a electronic application, so try to give all information in this electronic version. And something else about check that everything is correct, and before you can submit the application, it's quite often that people say that, call us, that they can't submit. There is on the left-hand side, there is that kind of button that check saved project. So if you have filled it in, always saved, and then the final thing is check saved project. If you haven't done that, you can't submit. So if you have checked it, press the button, and then the submission button appears. There is not submission button before that thing. And please don't send or leave the submission on to very last minute and to very last day. Unfortunately, the practice from first two call is that more than half or even 70 or 80% of applications are submitted in last day. So that's the case, but try to be a little bit earlier if some technical problem appears or some responsible person in your organization is away or whatever, you may be late. And deadline, first step and small project, full application is 3:00 p.m. on 27th of February. Finish time. Here, as we don't have Swedes today here, the time is the same for everybody. Swedes may have 1 hour problem. So confirmation letter, as I said, by post and stamped latest with 27th of February. Steering committee selects projects in the beginning of June only, and then final decisions for small project will come, and approval for second step for regular projects, and first the small projects can start earliest is July next year, although the contracting may take time as well, so it's we have advice, and then as there are summer holidays and everything, then probably it's not reasonable to plan your small project start for the right in beginning of July, as you have anyway time limit only 2 years, then maybe it's reasonable to start from September, for example, when people are back from holidays and contract between us is signed as well. But of course, it's up to you to decide. And second step application will be open a long time due to the summer. So it's from mid-June till mid-September, and in November is steering committee, and the same thing, projects can start from December next year, but again, I would suggest maybe to plan it from January 1st, because there are again contracting issues, some condition fulfillment issues, and so on, so it may take a little bit time. And conditions for the project may be set by steering committee in terms of budget or partners or about some very detailed information in the application, so that they ask to change something or recalculate or something like that. So that's all from me. Here are some EMS related slides in your handouts, but I wouldn't go them through here right now. Any questions to all of us? I have spent more time than planned, but there were a bit more topics as well. But we still have about 10 minutes if you have some questions to me or my colleagues. Quite long and exhaustive day, and hopefully everything is clear, or vice versa. So take the program manual, take the guide for filling in the application form. As it was mentioned that you can't get into EMS before the call is open, what is beginning of January. So you can't see exactly the form or questions. But the guide for filling in application, here are the questions. If you go it through, you can get information. Of course, during today we went through these questions basically, and budget lines and things. But still, you can start preparing your project and writing down all this information according to this guide as well. And then during that, if you have questions, you can turn to us already, and later just fill it into the EMS. Anyway, we suggest to use different tools, Excels, whatever, for budgeting, for your time planning, timetables. As EMS as such, unfortunately, is not planning tool. It is application and reporting tool. So you can't count on that that you fill in data there, and then you can follow a whole implementation period. The EMS, you should use your other planning and working tools anyway. And if no questions, yes, there is question.
One question. Tiia Lillemaa from Tartu Observatory, Estonia. And question is, if I'm going to EMS as a user and make an application and saving and so on, is there any possibility that my colleague can be instead of me as submitting the application or not?
No. I'm looking to my colleagues as well, but I think it has been this way that that the person who started and registered himself as a EMS user can only submit it in EMS, and actually that's the thing why this confirmation letter is separate document and sent to us separately. The person who submits in EMS may not be the, let's say, boss of the organization. Yes, he is a user and probably got permission from boss and he applied and submitted, but still the official signature and official application, so-called, would come by paper with the confirmation letter that the organization is really ready for that kind of project, and the person with signatory right has signed it.
Sure. And yes, so the applicant role can't be given to anybody else than the person who opens the project.
Yeah.
Because other roles can be get so that others can write and read and whatever. But not
yes,
the
you
applicant
can give some rights them to
sure.
to see and read and yeah, sure. And later on, when the project is approved, then lead partner will give rights to other partners, that other partners, of course, will fill in their data and report and so on. But yes, in application phase, it's one and it's lead partner's role. Can we close the seminar for today with that? Thank you very much for participation here and in offices who looked for us, and good luck with your projects and applications, and wish you nice coming Christmas season.